Real good. With Randy.
Randy's on the. I'm here. Let me give this 1 minute.
Of course. I need a minute anyways.
I tried to sit on there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're ready.
We good?
Yes.
All right. Ready? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the April 22nd Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting. I'd like to first thank our staff who prepare cases on your behalf. They work hard to do that. And I'd like to thank my fellow volunteers on the board surrounding the table and Randy in the Zoom audience for volunteering their time 2 times a month to come down here and listen to your cases. Before Sarah gives us the rules of the day, I'd like to let everyone know we have a very full docket today. So I'd like for you to be reminded that there are time limits involved. And my good buddy Meredith over here will have a little beeper go off. And when her goes off, I'm going to probably stop you in your tracks at that point. So be aware that testimony is limited today. And thank you for speeding up your testimony so that we can hear other cases on today's docket and hopefully get through them. So with that said, Sarah, tell us about the procedures and what's going on today.
Thank you. I'll describe the procedures for today's hybrid meeting. First, for those joining us today online, please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are board members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request a promotion to panelist. You will need to accept the promotion in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic, you will reconnect shortly. If you are joining us via the Zoom app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. If you are calling in from a phone number, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number. You can still provide testimony by raising your hand when the case is announced by pressing star followed by the number 9. At the time of promotion, you must turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. The merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. For everyone joining us today in person, please approach the microphone on the podium located to the left of the seating area when it is appropriate to give testimony. Applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Everyone planning to testify must sign in on the sign-in sheet that's on that's near the door in the vestibule. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. All public testimony, both in-person and virtual, is subject to the following rules. The BZA secretary or their designated representative will identify you when it is time for you to speak. You must be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Please provide your full name and address when you are sworn in. Everyone, the board members, city staff, and members of the public need to speak closely and clearly into the microphone. The BZA has set time limits for all testimony during its meeting. These time limits are 15 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for presentations by applicants, 2 minutes for testimony by individuals, and 5 minutes for testimony by persons representing an organization, such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over. Please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm. We ask that there be no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. If you wish to admit exhibits, you need to have your exhibits ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen, and email the exhibits if they are admitted to the assigned planner. The Board of Zoning Adjustment may take breaks during the day, and these are typically taken around 10:30 a.m. And the lunch hour, and will be announced by the chair. Those are all of our procedures.
Thank you, Sarah. Before we begin to review cases, I'd like to swear in all city staff who will be presenting today. Come on around. And anyone online today, Sarah, that you see?
Let me check. It looks like we do not have any staff online right now.
Great. Raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please state, I do, and your name.
Sarah Copeland, I do. And I'm going to jump in to say I want to introduce Brianna Baker, who's our acting manager of community engagement now that Jim Duddy has retired. And I'll let you go second.
Larissa Chambi, I do. Liz Collins, I do.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do. Genevieve Kahn-Smith, I do.
Justin Smith, I do.
Alec Gustafson, I do.
Thank you, everyone. That's a lot of people today. Sarah, I want to turn it over to you to identify continuances and or dismissals for today's docket.
Our first continuance is docket item number 6, case CD BZA 2026-32, a request to approve a variance to the accessory use standards to permit a carport in the front yard on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 0.98 acres, generally located at 7010 Northeast 52nd Street. We request this item be continued to May 27th. Docket item number 7 is case CD BZA 2025-103, a request to appeal a notice of violation related to an outdoor vehicle sales use on about 1.4 acres, generally located at 7730 North Oak Traffic Way. We request that this item be continued to May 13th. Docket item number 9 is case CD BZA 2026-31, a request to approve a rehearing for case CD BZA 2025-177, a zoning violation related to an unpermitted use on about 2.66 acres, generally located at 8510 Troost Avenue. We request this item be continued to May 13th with fee. Docket item number 11 is case CD BZA 2026-24, a request to approve a variance to the maximum percentage of pavement in the front yard, plus any additional variances on about 0.11 acres, generally located at 2524 Brighton Avenue. We request this item be continued to May 13th without fee. Docket item number 17 is case CD BZA 2026-26, a request to approve multiple variances to the Boulevard and Parkway section of the Zoning and Development Code and any other necessary variances on about 1.47 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of North Antioch Road and North Shoto Traffic Way. We request this item be continued to May 27th.
With fee?
With fee. Docket item number 21 is case CD SUP 2026-19, a request to approve a special use permit to allow an outdoor entertainment venue in a UR zoning district on about 0.396 acres, generally located at 1105 Hickory Street. We request this item be continued to May 13th. Docket item number 27 is case CD BZA 2025-162, a request to approve a variance to the accessory structure standards within an R 7.5 district, plus any other necessary variances on about 0.2 acres, generally located at 4212 East 104th Street. We request that this item be dismissed. And docket item number 28 is CD BZA 2026-27, a request to approve a variance to permit a fully paved front yard and a special exception to the height of a fence in the front yard, plus any other needed variances in an R 2.5 zoning district on about 0.09 acres, generally located at 2540 Chelsea Avenue. We request that this item be continued to May 27th.
Okay, do we have any public testimony on any of those continuances or dismissals?
We do have a hand raised online from Chloe Laurie.
Okay,
I'm promoting. Oh, they've lowered their hand.
so don't see anything else?
No.
All right. Board members? Entertain motions on those items?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. In docket item number 6, case number 32, I move that we continue this docket to May 27th, without fee. Docket item number 7, continue this, docket item number 7, case number 103, continue to May 13th without fee. Docket item number 9, case number 31, move that we continue this case to May 13th with fee. Docket item number 11, case number 24, I move that we continue this case to May 13th without fee. Docket item number 17, case number 26, I move that we continue this case to May 27th with fee. Docket item number 21, case number 19, I move that we continue this to May 13th without fee. Docket item number 27, case number 162, I move that we dismiss this case. And docket item number 28, case number 27, I move that we continue this case to May 27th without fee.
All right. I have a motion by Ms. Wright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Ventura. Please call the roll.
I'm sorry.
You're on, Sarah.
Having lots of discussions here on the side. Gorence.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Randy?
Oh, we can't hear you, Randy. You might need to check your microphone. I'll come back to you. Wright?
Aye.
Ventura?
Aye.
Ebbets?
Aye.
And Mixdorf?
Aye.
You're just very quiet. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Motion passed.
Those items are acted upon. And Sarah, go ahead and give us the first case.
Okay, we have two other items before we go to
Oh, I'm
docket
sorry.
item number 1. I'm sorry, we were trying to come to an agreement. Docket item number 25 and 26 would like to be continued off docket at the request of the applicant. So docket item number 25 is CD BZA 2026-43, a request to appeal a zoning determination related to a minor amendment to a development plan on about 58 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of Horridge Road and East 139th Street. And docket item number 26 is case CD BZA 2026-44, a request to appeal a zoning approval related to a minor amendment to a development plan on about 58 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of Horridge Road and East 139th Street. The applicant requests those be continued off docket.
Do we have any public testimony on that? Any hands raised, Sarah?
There are no hands raised online.
All right. Board members, I entertain a motion on those two items.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Docket item number 25, case 43, as well as docket item number 26, case 44. I move that we continue these two cases off docket.
Thank you. I have a motion by Ms. Wright. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Gorence.
Gorence,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Those items are moved off docket.
Okay.
And we go to case number 1.
Right,
Docket.
docket item number 1 is case CD SUP 2026-12, a request to approve a special use permit to allow for a general motor vehicle repair use in a B3-1 zoning district on about 0.11 acres, generally located at 4250 St. John Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. The applicant is coming up to be seated at the desk. If you are a member of the public who would like to testify regarding this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online.
Okay. Good morning. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address, please. Go ahead.
Address is 2800 Swift Avenue.
Hey, hold on. Speaking to the microphone because the court reporter can't hear you. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
I do. My name is Non. Address is 2800 Swift Avenue in North Kansas City.
Great.
Yeah, my name is Charlie. I'm 14300 Mackey Street, Overland Park, Kansas 66223.
Great. Who will be speaking on your case today? You can lower your right hand. Thanks.
I'll be speaking.
Great. There's a list of administrative, excuse me, administrative exhibits. Usually labeled 1 to 10. They are standard items that we need to admit to hear your case. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Thank you. One of those is a report by Ms. Salderi to your left. Stephanie, please tell us about the case.
All right. So we got docket item number 1, CDSUP 2026-12. This is a special use permit on 4250 St. John Avenue. All right. So the subject site is located just south of Cliff Drive. And so there is a bit of case history. So last year, this property was rezoned from R-2.5 to B3-1 to bring the property into compliance. It had been operating as like automotive repair for like about 30 or 40 years. And the future land use was also amended from residential urban low density to mixed use neighborhood. And so the final step in this entitlement process is the special use permit. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site on St. John and North Kensington. This is the view from the corner of North Kensington and St. John. This is taken from Google Street View. It is outdated. The new owner, who is sitting next to me, has cleaned up the site. So all those cars are gone for the time being. And this is the site plan here. So the existing building is to stay. There's 2 service bays in the carport. And the entry will be from St. John. There is a gate of North Kensington, but that will be locked. All right. And then this is kind of the parking plan, like showing where these cars that are being serviced and for the customers where they will be parking. These are the elevations. And then for landscaping, there's going to be a little buffer strip on the front of the lot of St. John. And then there will be a privacy fence on the back to screen the house behind the building. And then the city plan recommended approval with conditions on CDSUP 2026-12. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions, board members? Ms. Salderi? Go ahead.
Actually, it's for the owner, so.
Okay. We'll let them testify first, then you can. All right. No other questions? Why should we approve your request today?
You should because this existing building has been operating for the past 40 years or so. Last year they sold it to the current owner, and at that time we didn't know that it was zone residential. We had to go through the whole process of getting it zone commercial. It's been in the neighborhood for decades, and the neighbors they all are in support of the continued operation of the building and the repair shop.
Okay, I see you had a community meeting, a lot of signatures. Were they in support, pretty
Uh,
much?
Yes, all of them were in support. Most of the neighbors, you know, they have high paying jobs. They have to travel far to get their car serviced. So having that in the neighborhood, it's, you know, very beneficial to them.
Thank you. Are you the owner?
I'm not the
I'm
owner.
the owner.
Okay, great. And where'd you work? Where'd you, you're new to this area. Where'd you have a repair shop before, did you?
I used to live here for 10 years. Then I have couple business in there. And this been there almost 40 years. That's I used to go mechanic for my cars.
Right.
And when the guy, Mr. Card, she's moving, he said, I'm selling. I bought it. When I bought it, and I come to get the business license, and they said this is a residential. Then we go whole process, 2 time neighborhood meeting. They support me all the time, and we fix everything which one we needed. So now we are here. We're gonna be keep that same business there.
Right. The reconstruction, the new appearance of it looks nice. So nice on that.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone in the public? I'll give board members questions to ask, but is there anyone in the public who's interested in this case? I'm not sure I asked that before.
There were no hands raised online.
Mr. Goritz, you had a question?
This, I know about this building. Actually, I used to own it years ago. So, and sold it to Craig.
Yes.
He kind of messed it up a little bit and left a lot of, made it look kind of junky. Gonna keep it outside clean and stuff, no motors, no.
No, no. We can clean up. We can keep more accurate everything. So you will be see never any problem there.
Fence in front.
Yes, front. We close the side door because they used to park in the sidecar. I closed that door.
Front's gonna be open.
Front should be open. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thanks.
Board members, any other questions of the applicant? Not, I entertain any motions.
Have a motion
Yes,
Uh,
Mr. Gonzalez.
to approve the special use permit in accordance with the site plan and staff report in case number 00012, docket number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Gorens,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, your project is approved. Thank you for coming before us today. Good
Thank
luck
you.
with it.
Thank you.
And could you have the applicants repeat their names into the microphone?
Okay, so you guys say your names and address, please. The court reporter didn't hear it.
My name is Non Nguyen. Address is 2800 Swift Avenue in North Kansas City.
My name is Chaudhry Khalik and 14300 Mackey Street, Overland Park, Kansas 66223.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Brett.
you.
All right, next case.
Docket item number 2 is case CD BZA 2026-36, a request to approve a variance to the ground floor commercial floor size requirements of section 88-120 of the Zoning and Development Code to allow for a smaller commercial space on about 0.44 acres, generally located 140 feet south of West Linwood Boulevard on the west side of Main Street. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner for this case. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Seen anyone?
We do not have any hands raised.
Great. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Tyler Asby. We office at 3901 Main Street.
I do, Annie Rouse, and I also office at 3901 Main Street.
Thank you. Who's speaking on the case today, Tyler or Annie?
I will.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. Sorry, I've got to get to a different spot. Almost there. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 that are associated with your case. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
You do.
Great, those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Larissa Chomby.
All right. Good morning, Larissa Chomby, and I will share my screen and get started. Okay. As was previously stated, this is a variance request for 3244 Main Street. This is the subject property. It's located in Midtown. And then here's just an overview of the site. It's located on the streetcar line and within the Main Street overlay, and it's highlighted in green. This project previously went through a development plan process and was approved by council on March 26th. They're proposing ground floor commercial and then 52 residential units. And you can see the parking that they're proposing is behind one of their buildings. So one of the conditions of the development plan was that they receive approval of a variance for the ground floor commercial uses. That's required in our 120, section 88, 12007B. I will get to that in just one moment. And so this is just the floor plan showing the lower level and then the first floor of the development. Here's a view looking north on Main Street, and the applicant did state that they are going to preserve those two signs. And so moving on to the variance request, this is a variance of 2,429.5 square feet of commercial space to the ground floor commercial requirements. This is to allow 3,081 square feet of commercial space per their approved development plan. So the change is about 27.96% of a change. If they were to comply with this section of code, they would be required to provide 5,510.5 square feet of ground floor commercial space. Will this be a substantial change to the neighborhood's character? It's a substantial change is not anticipated as this is an existing building. The commercial space is already included within the historic structure, and the applicant does wish to maintain as much of the historic layout as they can. And could the difficulty be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance? They could redesign that ground floor to meet the standard. However, due to the historic nature of the layout of the building, it would require extensive remodeling and then potentially decrease the number of housing units. And so the creation of additional commercial space in that ground floor area would not have direct pedestrian access off of Main Street. And so again, just looking at the site from Main Street. And then here's a look at the site from Baltimore Avenue. This is just off of the Irish Center's parking lot. And so with that, that is the end of my presentation. I can answer any questions.
Thank you.
Looking-
Board, go ahead.
Sorry, looking at the floor, at the site plan, where's the parking for this?
I'll show you an aerial, 1 second. Okay. Don't have it in this presentation, but so this is in green, and I'll make this full screen so you can take a look. The parking is located behind one of the buildings and is accessed off of Baltimore Avenue through the parking lot that's associated with the Irish Center.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The adjacent building, that's a different architecture. That's all part of this plan. Is that right, Larissa?
Correct. Both
Okay.
buildings are part of the plan and there's parts on the floor plan where they're connected. And so you can move from one building to the other.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? All right, Tyler and Annie, tell us why we should grant your request today.
Yeah, good morning. So a few things to just elaborate on. So this is a historic tax credit project. So it is governed by the National Park Service Secretary of Interior standards. That is why you see the exterior remaining as is. There are no technical parking requirements. However, we are providing convenient spots on the west through the Irish Center. And then we're also working on shared use agreements across the street to provide those future residential tenants some parking. One of the things that was discussed, but we just want to elaborate on, is we are landlocked here. As a historic building, we don't control anything to the south, to the north, or to the west. So from a commercial standpoint, everything along Main Street is fully commercial. So 100% of the facade will be a commercial facade. Anything deeper into the site that you won't be able to access from a pedestrian standpoint or a vehicular standpoint is residential, will not be commercial. We also have commercial space that's in the lower level. So the lower level is a fully commercial tenant. We've had success with subterranean tenants or lower level tenants in our other properties. We also do have a commercial tenant that will be on the rooftop. So from a ratio standpoint, we do have a good mixed use here. It's just the main street facade will be 100% commercial, not the full area that is required by the zoning. And with that, I'm willing to take any questions as well.
Thank you.
Are the residents going to have their own entrance then?
They do. Yeah, the residents will have an entrance that's primarily from the west and to the south of the building. The commercial entrance will be along the streetcar line on the east.
And is there going to be access from the commercial to the residential within the building?
They do share. There's a shared lobby experience, but there is not a shared. I guess technically yes, and from an egress standpoint, yes, but no, the commercial tenants will have their own independent entrances from the street.
The facade of the other building, I keep getting stuck on this facade. Of course, the ABC warehouse has been there forever. And was the building to the north constructed? Tell me about that.
Yeah, it's also historic. It was constructed a few years later. It's actually the historic Anderson Electric Car Company building. And so they were originally constructed adjacent to each other, but not connected. They have since been connected on the second floor and the third floor of the Anderson building. And so, yeah, it was one of the earliest locations in the country that you could purchase an electric vehicle in the early 1900s.
Amazing. All right. Any other neighbor opposition did you see or?
We did not. We presented a public meeting and we had widespread support on it.
Gave a variance across the street and they're constructing that McDonald's, but that doesn't affect you. That's not exactly a historic district across the street. All right. Board members, any other questions?
I'd offer a motion.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Go ahead.
In docket number 2, case number 36, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion by Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you for coming before us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Docket item number 3 is case CD BZA 2026-38, a request to approve a variance to the residential infill standards to permit a front-loading garage plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 0.5 acres generally located at 313 Northwest Briarcliff Circle. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case, and the applicant is here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Are you seeing any hands?
We do not have any hands raised online.
Good morning, gentlemen. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. David Pence, 24 South Main, Suite 100, Liberty, Missouri.
I do. Kyle Freeman, 11625 North Winchester Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen. Who's speaking on the case, David or Kyle?
I will.
Okay, thank you, David. There are lists of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 associated with your case. Do you have any questions about those? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Okay, those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Saldari. Stephanie, tell us about the case.
Okay, we got docket item number 3, CDBCA 2026-38, located on 313 Northwest Briarcliff Circle, Zone R-6, and the applicant seeks to obtain a variance to the infill vehicular standards to permit a front-loading garage for a newly proposed single-family house on the subject site. Right, so we got the site just east of that southern part of Gladstone. All right, and then this is the proposed plan. And then really quick again with the infill residential standards. So this applies to all lots, neighborhoods annexed by the city prior to 1954. And this is just to ensure it meets the context of the area. And then as far as vehicular standards go, so the context area is all lots within 200 feet of the subject site on the same block phase. And with the existing houses, there has to be 51% or more of the homes with attached garages visible from the street. So we got one variance request today. So this is a variance of 18% to the infill vehicular standards to permit a front-loaded garage on the subject site per submitted site plan. So this is a 35% change. So 33% of the houses in the context area have the front-loading garages. The requirement is 51. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So the front-loading garage would contradict the infill context area. 4 out of the 6 houses in the context area have side or rear-loaded garages, and a change in the sign could avoid the need for a variance. So this is the context area. This line here is the city limit, so everything on the west side is Gladstone, so it does not count. But with the 2 houses with the circle are the ones with garages facing the street, and then the X marked ones have side or rear loaded garages, and then yellow is the subject site. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Ms. Sodari? Board members? All right.
Okay. Okay.
And then we did bring a couple exhibits.
Okay, are they electronic? They're on the, they'll be
Yes, it's
admitted as
exhibit-
exhibit number 11.
Okay. Which one?
The first one.
This one. Yeah. And then attached to the staff report is the HOA's
Okay,
letter of support.
I saw that already. Go ahead.
Oh.
Right, okay.
Yeah, you're on.
Thank you very much for your time today
And
and
talking to the microphone.
thank you very much for your time and hearing our case. As Stephanie mentioned, this is an interesting case because the property site is directly on the city limit line. And so if you switch to the next page.
And Stephanie, share your screen so Randy
you're
can
right.
see. Sorry. Or everyone can see, sorry.
This comment for the side entry garages actually came up during permit application. We've worked with the neighborhood association, submitted the plans in coordination with the neighborhood itself, and pushed this through. This is a comment received, so we're addressing it. Because this property is directly on the city limit line, it does not take into account any of the houses that are in Gladstone or in the larger context of the neighborhood. Looking at the exhibit, we've shown it a little differently because we are showing it both sides, both Kansas City and Gladstone. But if you see going down Briarcliff Lane, the red arrows are all front entry garages, and those are all on what I'm going to call the inline lots, the straight lots as they're more narrow. And then the majority of the side entry garages, which are the yellow ones, are in the cul-de-sacs or different shaped lot areas. Our lot is significantly narrower and will pose some challenges to get a side entry garage on, but ultimately through the context of the neighborhood, taking into account the other houses in the neighborhood, our communication with the neighborhood association, and they have provided a notarized letter of approval. We feel that it will fit within the neighborhood characteristics of the surrounding area.
Thank you. Do you happen to approach your neighbors, the ones on either side of you?
We did not specifically approach them. Kyle, I don't know if you have talked to them.
I've talked to the one to the, I guess that would be to the east, and showed them 3D color renderings of the home.
Mhm.
Not specifically about the garage, but they were happy to have the lot filled. It's been there a long time, so they were excited for the new neighbor.
All right, thank you.
This looks like a fairly mature neighborhood. Why is there just a random lot available for development?
I believe it was owned by one of the neighbors for a long time, just sometimes in neighborhoods, people do that to own the lot next door to them to have, no home next door, but it's since sold and it's heavily wooded and really narrow. So I think that, slows down the sales, especially when a neighborhood's aged quite a bit. Um, but the narrow factor is also part of why front entry is pretty important on this lot.
And how much of the wooded area is going to remain?
We are trying to keep as many trees as we can as possible in the front yard, and we will be able to keep, it's a pretty deep backyard, so we're gonna be able to keep all the trees in the backyard, so.
The neighborhood, just looking at kind of the overview, looks like it's really more of a Kansas neighborhood that kind of spills into Missouri, kind of root of Kansas. But what is Kansas's position on this issue? Do you know?
Well, Gladstone, it's on the border of
Gladstone,
Gladstone.
Gladstone, the city of Gladstone? I don't know that they have an infill requirement similar to Kansas City's.
And we touched on it, but with the HOA approval letter, but it still has an active HOA, and the HOA is enforcing the covenants and restrictions as originally written for the neighborhood. So it fits that. That was approved without any comment on the garage. Like David said, the garage only came up when permitting for the construction permit.
And so it looks like the site next year's is still empty or vacant? It says 313 is your address and 309, or is that?
They all have houses on them. I think
I guess you're right. I do see 309. Well, no.
the one to the west has a side entry garage, but it's a corner lot, so that allows more
Right.
for a side entry garage.
Yeah, both of the direct neighbors that do have the side entry garages, the garage actually opens onto the Briarcliff Circle, which is the same street because they're corner lots.
Right. Okay. Any other questions, board members? Motions? Comments?
I have a motion.
Yes.
Move to approve the variance request in accordance with the site plan and the staff report in case number 00038, docket number 3.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll.
Gorens,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank you for coming before.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Docket item number 4 is case CD SCP 2026-4, a request to approve a renewal of a special use permit to allow the continued temporary use of 2 modular buildings in District R6 and R80 on about 94 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Congress Avenue. Genevieve Consmith is the staff planner for this case, and the applicant is here. You'll note that number 5 also relates to the same property, but we're calling these cases separately because they're two different things. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We have no hands raised online.
Great. Good morning. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address. Let's start with you first.
I do. Ryan Walters, 115 East 66 Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri.
Great.
I do. Marcus Fry at 7701 Northwest Berry Road, Kansas City, Missouri.
Great. Ryan or Marcus, who's speaking on behalf of your case today?
I can speak today.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we'd like to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
You have my permission?
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Genevieve Consmith to your left. Genevieve, tell us about it.
All right. Good morning, board members. Docket item number 4 is for a special use permit renewal for the modular classrooms at the Park Hill High School property on 7701 Northwest Berry Road. Site is located in the northern portion of the city, west of I-29. And here's the subject site highlighted in yellow. And we're looking in the northeastern corner of the site up off of Berry Road and Congress Avenue. And just to refresh you, you've seen a number of these types of special use permits. The planning director is authorized to require that temporary uses be processed as special use permits. And so these applicants had obtained a special use permit in 2024. There was an expiration period of 2 years. We've gotten to that 2 years. And so there will be a new condition on this special use permit to expire at the end of 2028, which aligns with the anticipated completion of their projects in which those modular classrooms can be removed from the site. And then just to refresh you, since they're already there, they're up off of North Congress, and they submitted the site plan. The last go around on this special use permit, they planted some landscaping to help soften the appearance from the road. And so here's that landscaping today. And the City Planning Commission heard this and recommended approval subject to that one condition of expiration in 2 years. And I can take any questions.
All right. Is the project on course to be completed on time or by the anticipated date?
I'll defer to the applicants to speak about that part.
Yeah, you'll hear more detail in the next case, but yes, that is the anticipated date.
Great. Gentlemen, or Ryan, why should we grant your request today?
I think just simply to continue to support the students and staff at Park Hill High School until their new expansion is complete in 2028.
Okay. It's pretty straightforward. I don't have any questions. Board members?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms.
Docket
Wright.
item number 4, case number 4. I move that we approve the special use permit in accordance with the staff report with the conditions set by CPC.
And with the two-year expiration.
Yes, 2 year
Okay, which is the CPC conditions. So I have a motion by Ms. Wright. I heard a second by Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll. Oh, wow. Where'd she go?
Oh.
Sarah's gone. She'll be back in a minute. Thank you, Sarah. We had a motion and a second, and I'm ready for you to call the roll.
Gorens.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That amendment has been approved. Let's go with the next case, same address.
Okay, docket item number 5 is case CD SUP 2026-13. A request to approve a special use permit to allow for an addition on an existing campus in District R6 and R80 on about 95 acres generally located at the southwest corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Congress Avenue. And Justin Smith is the staff planner for this case. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on docket item number 5, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We have no hands raised online.
No hands raised. Okay. Good morning, gentlemen. Different set of gentlemen here. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear, all three of you, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, I don't, along with your name and address. Let's start with you first.
I do. David Wood with Caw Valley Engineering, 14700 West, 114th Terrace, Lenexa, Kansas.
Thank you.
I do. Marcus Fry at 7701 Northwest Berry Road.
I do. Grant Tommy, office out of 1828 Walnut Street with Hall Similar Architects.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Sorry, we may sub in. I do. Philip Cord Hankey, office at 1828 Walnut Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you. Of the four of you all, who's speaking on the case today?
I'll take the lead on this,
Great,
but
thank you, David. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They are labeled 1, 2. Sorry, I wasn't ready. I apologize. Give me a second here. Just a second. Labeled 1, 2, 9. And do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
yes, they can be
Thank
admitted.
you, David. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Smith to your left. Justin, tell us about it.
All right, thank you. Good morning, board members. In front of you is docket item number 5 for Park Hill High School. Just as you heard before, the subject site is located in the northwest corner of the city within the 1st District in the boundaries of the Line Creek area plan. Closer look at the site. It's on the southwest corner of Northwest Berry Road and Congress Avenue. Just a history on the site of the special use permits. The last special use permit was approved in 2023. This was for an addition to the high school, the construction of a softball field, and a couple accessory buildings. And that was approved in September of 2023. The proposal today is a large addition to the existing high school, a locker room and storage facility, a baseball field, and the reconfiguration of parking and the interior streets. So we'll focus on the high school first. There'll be a 78,000 square foot addition, materials consisting of brick and different types of metal wall paneling. There is a variance requested. If you look, it's going to be the northeast corner of the site, the parking located in the front. Section 88-365-05 states that for any institutional uses, parking may be located in the side or rear yards only. It must be set 15 back from any side or rear lot lines. So this is a complete deviation. And the difficulty could be obviated from a change in design. But it is important to note that the high school today does have parking in the front yard. Just when you demolish that, you lose that nonconformity. And then here's some renderings of the high school. Next will be the district baseball stadium with concessions, and the locker room's actually north of the football field, and then restrooms associated with the baseball field. There is a variance requested for the lighting spillover on the baseball field. Then here's a rendering of the storage building. I know this picture might be hard to see. The main concern is the lighting levels that will spill over into the backyards of the residential structures. And so the variance requested is 0.514 foot candles to permit a 0.7 spillover, and that is roughly a 276% increase. And the main concern is just those residential properties that will be affected. And the difficulty could be obviated by the moving the location of the baseball field. So that's the improvements that will be done to the site. The rest are variances for the signage. So the first one is this monument sign. It's a variance of 128.25 square feet to permit 160 square foot monument sign on the subject site, and that will be at the corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Congress Avenue. And this is a 300% increase, and the difficulty could be obviated through a change in design. The next is this monument sign here. And this is a variance of 10 square feet to permit a 42 square foot monument sign, roughly 31% change, and that could also be avoided with a change in design. The next one is this incidental sign. And so there's two variances on this sign here. One to its variance of 12.25 square feet to permit an 18.25 square foot incidental sign. And that's roughly a 200% change and could be avoided by a change in design. And then there's a variance to the height. So a variance of 28 inches to permit a 60-inch tall incidental sign on the subject site, roughly an 87.5% change, and could be avoided through a change in design. And then the last one here is the wall sign on the addition of the high school. So this is a variance of 170 square feet to permit a 190 square foot wall sign on the site. And that'll be on the eastern side of that new addition. This is a 850% change and could be avoided by a change in design. So with that, staff and the City Plan Commission did recommend approval subject to conditions of the special use permit, and I can answer any questions.
Any questions of Justin, board members? All right, David, we've got a lot of requests here, so tell us why we should approve them.
Well, I'll start with the high level comments on this. This is part of the 2025 bond that was approved by the voters in the Park Hill School District to kind of modernize the campus here at Park Hill High School, along with other improvements at some of the other schools. Some of these things are kind of dovetailed together, and just to give some context, the overall project is going to include this first phase addition on the south side of the high school. To support that construction, we do need to relocate the varsity baseball field to another location on the campus, which is on kind of that southeast corner, which kind of leads to some of the other variance things we'll talk about here momentarily. But just kind of a big picture, what's happening here is this project is, again, kind of the first phase of a modernization of this campus. We do anticipate being here again many times over the years as we continue to kind of take down pieces of the existing building. As part of this, the 1957 portion of the building, the original construction of the high school, will be removed. That's kind of precipitating the need to reconstruct the parking on the north side of the school to kind of, again, bring the parking back in towards the building. So we're going to kind of keep working our way from north to south, and eventually, it'll be a very cohesive high school campus that's got good circulation around the perimeter of the building, and then, parking inside of that. So, these variance requests of kind of like the parking will be a continued request on future projects and things like that, just to kind of support the overall needs of the campus. I'll probably let Grant speak specifically on the site lighting for the baseball field. He is the kind of the field designer for the athletics portion of the project, and kind of the hardships associated with that, and kind of our thoughts on game day lighting and things of that nature. And then I assume Philip's going to speak on the signage requests.
Wait, who's going to speak on signage?
Philip.
Okay.
I actually have a question. So how does the temporary classrooms fit into this project overall?
So my understanding is the temporary classrooms, we have a shortage of classrooms today. Obviously, when the construction of the new addition is complete, more classrooms will be brought into the campus, which will offset the need for the temporary classrooms. Temporary classrooms can be removed at that time.
When is it anticipated that the new classrooms will be added?
So the classrooms, the addition on the south side of the school is intended to start construction this fall. My understanding is that specific portion of the project should be wrapping up 2027, going in summer of 2028. When that part of the project is complete, then the contractor will move to the north side of the building and begin the demolition work on the 1957 addition. As that demolition is occurring, the modular classrooms will kind of come down.
And so will the future construction require displacement of more classrooms, or is that going to be like administrative buildings and such?
It'll continue to be classroom improvements to classrooms. We're going to have to take down classrooms in the future. I can't speak to whether or not there would be a need for temporary classrooms to support that construction activity. It is quite possible, just the nature of staging and kind of working these things through. But my understanding is the future projects come on board, it would be kind of like a one-for-one removal replacement at that point. So.
And so you guys won't, or the school won't know then how many classrooms are going to be needed as temporary classrooms until future plans are actually put together?
Go ahead. Yeah, so that's tough to predict right now. It's going to be based on enrollment right now. Our enrollment is stable, and I should have backed up. I apologize. I'm the chief operations officer for the Park Hill School District. So our enrollment is stable as of right now, and we predict it to continue to be stable or even a small decline over time. But when it comes to the number of classrooms, as we do this full replacement of Park Hill High School over time, we don't know exactly how that will be. For this specific project, the net increase of classrooms will offset that modular piece, and so we'll remove those. But as stated earlier, it is possible that with the phasing of the construction that we would have to come back for some modular units dependent upon the scope of the project at the time and the approval of the voters.
How is the prioritization of the stages decided?
And so as we think about the age of the building and taking down that 1957, the original portion of the building on the north side facing Berry Road, we know that that area is the area in which we would have to put the most amount of dollars into to renovate. We do believe it is best that as we phase this out, it is going to be moving that administrative area is what is housed in that northern portion right now. So we're prioritizing moving whatever is in that location on that north side of the building, so administrative area and classrooms. Then also, what are the specific needs and programs of Park Hill High School right now? What really needs the most work is then also being moved into that new addition, with renovation also occurring in the existing site.
And so maybe one of your colleagues are going to answer this question, but it looks like you guys are going to be, is it that you're moving the baseball field or that you're redoing the baseball field?
Yeah, I can start it and then I can hand it off to them. To be able to start the first phase of Park Hill High School replacement, it's going to go on the site that the current varsity field is located. So we have to move the varsity baseball field to the new location to be able to start the phase 1 replacement of Park Hill High School.
I might clarify and add to that. Part of that reason is so that they don't end up with a lot of modulars in this first phase. So as they're looking, and I'm with Halls Mill Architects, so I'm an architect with this, but as the school district has been looking at planning this, potential full replacement down the road, not during this project, but the idea is trying not to displace students and being able to do it on site and position the building as they start to kind of look at these phases to kind of come online, have classrooms come online before you take classrooms offline. And so that's what plays into a little bit of trying to use portions of the site, which in this current phase is the baseball field location, which is adjacent to the south side of the current high school.
So I don't live in this district, so this question is kind of because I don't know. The bond that was approved that's funding this, does that cover the entirety of your project, your planned project, or are you going to have to require additional funding later?
There will, for the full replacement of Park Hill High School, yeah, there will have to be another bond issue down the line. This is just for the first phase of Park Hill High School and other projects that were approved, but it's not for the full replacement of Park Hill High School at this time.
Okay, and in the first phase then that you have funding for, after the first phase is completed, you will have enough classrooms for all of your students at that point and will not require additional temporary classrooms, assuming that your population stays stable?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Who wants to talk about signage?
I can speak on signage. So with the variances that we have in here right now, the full final designs of these pieces, I think what we were looking at is trying to establish what would be the maximum potential of what could occur on the site. And given the location of where the high school is, I think that the larger sign that's on the wall is about approximately 250 feet away from the public right-of-way. So the distance is set back. And a lot of the signage code in being in the residential district with this is what kind of leads to some of these larger percentages of variance. There's a church to the north, I think, at Berry Road and Congress. They have quite a large sign just right on the front of that building that faces Congress and Berry Road, but it is in a different zoning right across the street. And so just because in this area it is in the residential zone, that it leads to a little bit more of stricter requirements on signage. And so part of the ask in these variances is just given the location and the distance back away from public right of way, given the fact that the height of this building is substantial, and just adding to the idea of the bolstering the public community spirit and pride. These signs aren't being positioned to sell anything or to send a message. They're more for community pride and ownership. And so the idea of them is to kind of make sure they are seen, even though they are pushed back a distance, but they fit in with, don't stand out and aren't flashy in that idea. So
On the existing school today, sir, do they have this type of sign?
on the existing school today, on the north side, there is Park Hill High School just on letters that go across the front, and that is going to be a portion that is removed, and that is up by Berry Road in Congress. And it is just letters that are on top that are, I don't know what the current square foot of those are, but they do go across the entire area of the front facade up there.
The variance D is just a big request, 850% change from standards. And so I'm not sure whether you researched some of these hearings before, but we have kind of pushed back on those large signs. The monuments, I don't have too much of a problem with because they're more wayfinding in a way. But the big sign on the wall sign, and I as one board member have a problem with that large of a sign. I'm not sure if it's needed. I understand the school spirit. Rockhurst had one denied. We had a few others that have been denied. So not sure if you want to think about that one in a redesign or something like that, but I'm just one board member, so the other board members. But continue talking about the other signage, if you don't mind.
Well, like you were mentioning, the other signage too, the campus signage that's out towards the corner, where currently this is kind of establishes this entire 94-acre site for the school district, and establishes and keeps that idea of Park Hill High School is on this corner and beyond. That was some of the community feedback when we were looking at doing this project. The fact that the front door is really close to that intersection right now. You can see the Park Hill High School sign from there. So that will be going away. And so it was trying to keep some of that community feel of like this being a campus and not just a small high school right here on the corner, but it's the entire campus that establishes that. So that's what that initial larger sign is. I think that was the very first variance. Part of the idea of that one is also to kind of get a little bit more, have a little bit more art feel to that one than just being a straightforward fin sign or something that is sitting in the site. So again, it kind of builds that spirit and pride and establishes that. And then the other monument sign piece is just trying to get a large enough space there to kind of get Park Hill and get their name and everything established in there, which was what drives that variance going up. And I believe the last variance was on an incidental sign, and those are just, again, because this is a large campus, that sign is trying to establish when you're going in and coming into this location where you go on site, and just kind of help with that.
I'm just one board member, but looking at what you've proposed here, the I guess the renderings that you have, G1, I have a question about that one. It says contingent upon an ordinance.
That is the digital portion of that. So the digital, we were showing a section of that could be a digital sign. That is contingent if the ordinance, I believe that's coming up in May, actually does pass and allows institutions, schools to have those on site. If it doesn't, then that portion of that sign would fall away.
G1, G12, A1, and A12, as just one board member, doesn't really bother me necessarily. I do voice the same concern that Mr. Ebbets does, which is that other schools have come before the board asking for very large variances and requests to put very large signs, and those have all been denied. The same with this monument N1, with the school name. I like it. It's a very cool, very nice sign or monument. But again, I think I have concerns about whether or not it's necessary and meets the requirements of a variance. It's would certainly look very, very nice, but in order to be consistent with some of the other requests that other schools in the city have asked for, I would be concerned about whether or not this is in line with what we've done in the past.
Talk about A1 sign, or is it
The N1 sign.
N as in Nancy 1?
Yeah, I think that's a
M1.
27.
Sorry, I'm almost there. Sorry.
And it's illuminated. Look at that. Sorry, I hadn't noticed that.
See that? Okay.
And this is the sign that I was describing as replacing kind of the old front door of what Park Hill High School was, and established in that corner.
But that sign that it's replacing, is that on something currently? Is that like on a wall or something?
It's you're talking about the idea of when I'm saying that it's replacing the signage. Yes, it says Park Hill High School across the front of the current entry that they have, that is the older portion of the school that will be demolished.
So while this is a replacement of, I guess, that sign of, this is what the high school is, it's not necessarily replacing something similar in that this is not like a replacement monument.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm going to echo what some of the other board members have said. We've had a lot of sign requests come before us in the last couple of months, and we've asked them to come back with redesigns. And I think looking at variance D, a 31% change, that one doesn't bother me as much, but variances C, E, F, and G all have pretty big percentage assigned to them. And I'd be curious what other options you could come forth with to get us a little bit closer to what we actually have in our code. 850%, it's just not something that our board typically grants. So I think there are other ways that you can get closer to what we have. If others have questions about signage, I'd also have questions about the lighting spillover if we want to switch topics, but if we want to stay on signage, I'll hold off on the lighting question from there.
I would ask just on some of these too, just from if we're cross-referencing other projects you guys have looked at, are they the same zone? Were they different zones? Are they the special use type that this district lives in, with proximity to businesses next to it, just across the street?
So there's a couple of factors. I can't speak on behalf of the entire board or about some of the very, very specifics, and I think someone can probably provide you with some of the specifics about other requests that have come before the board. But I think part of my concern, at least, is consistency among all the schools. That has been something that we as a board have voiced previously, which is that once you grant something like this for one of the schools, the other schools want it. And it would only be fair if all the schools had it. And so because I think the board has already gone down this road of we've taken a very specific stance on these type of signs, the concern is whether or not it would be unfair to the other schools who have already come before the board and asked for these same things. And so I think we would be happy to hear more about it if you'd like to go look at those other requests and see if there is a material difference between the two. But generally speaking, at least from my point of view, it's more about consistency among all the schools within the district. And this is not at all, and I will say, all the schools have come before us. They've had wonderful art. Truly, like, this is actually very well designed, very nice signage, and I like it a lot. But that's not really the concern here. It's more the consistency among the schools for me.
I think for the district and for the community in that area, 100% respect the task and the job at hand at making this decision. I think one thing that they are working to almost compare against is not just those individual schools and buildings within these city limits, but the comparables in this case for us, it's that 152 corridor with the North Kansas City schools, the Liberty schools, extending beyond that. And that's the desire of the community to, I don't want to say match, but they want facilities that are of the same level and have the same signage and representation and pride that they're seeing when they go to other areas. And that's where that community argument comes in, voicing their concerns. Completely understand the degree in which you guys are making that decision.
And we've had conversations about signage very extensively. And if people want larger signs, that's something you can go to city council and try to get ordinances changed. But right now we have these ordinances that we are comparing against. So regardless if we're looking at Liberty or other schools, these are our KCMO ordinances.
I know.
Go
I was gonna say, I know the board has other questions about the lighting. To wrap up C, E, F, and G, I guess the question is whether or not you guys want to come back with a different design later, or if you'd like us to vote on these variance requests today.
Would the council consider the possibility of a separate request for signage and kind of parceling that out to the SUP?
Okay.
City staff.
If the SUP is approved without these variances, you can make a separate variance application in the future. You're not barred from doing so.
The SUP in general, I'm not opposed to. It's just some of these variances, especially variance D as in dog. That's the big wall sign you guys are talking about.
I think you're referring to variance G, Mr. Ebbets. That's
Okay.
the big wall sign, not D.
They're out of order.
Oh, they're out of order. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Yeah. Well, D's the same thing, isn't it, Randy?
No, it's a typo.
Oh.
Yeah, it should be
Oh, sorry.
D. I
It's in the staff
apologize.
report. Sorry. Yes.
Got
In
it.
the presentation, it
Thank
was
you.
G. In the staff report is D. I see your
You're right.
confusion.
Sorry. I'm looking at the staff report right now. Okay. I agree. So G's a big issue for me. So David, I'm hearing concerns on the board on some of these variances for the signage. The SUP itself, I don't think anyone has a problem with. We're going to talk about the lighting here in just a second. So
I think what we would propose here is the two signs, the sign at the corner of Berry and Congress and the large kind of wall art on the building, we would probably look to remove from this specific request. And as Philip mentioned, come back with another application at a later date to seek a variance or possibly a redesign of those signs.
So that was G, and what's the other one you're thinking about?
It'd be variance D and G. Then that would leave the incidental sign, the height and
The B
size.
is the lighting one. B as in Baker is the lighting one.
Yeah, D,
Oh, D.
as in dog, and then G.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking at E and a few others here. Yeah.
In the renderings, which one is variance E?
Let me share my screen. E is it's this incidental sign to the size.
And where is that one going to be located?
They would likely be located at kind of multiple points across the campus. They're intended to be wayfinding signs.
Oh, there's going to be multiples of them. Okay.
I don't recall exactly the number or their exact location. Do you on the?
I believe it's going to be kind of in the middle, next to this new drive where that bus lane is, just north of the football field is where they were on the site plan.
These would be more internal to the campus too, not right as you're kind of entering the campus.
Mm-hmm. So D and G.
I guess with those signs in particular, so we talk about being internal to the campus. I'm just one board member, but I think that's another reason that you could work within the constraints that are there. If it's already internal campus wayfinding and this isn't even external, getting people to the site. But I still think I have concerns over variances C, E, and F. I don't know that there's undue hardships there. I think there are ways that we could get closer, maybe not meet the code, but get closer to it and asking for less of a variance request. Can I go to lighting?
Yes,
We're just-
please do, Randy. I'm still thinking about the others, but go ahead.
Yep, you're good. So I know obviously you have to relocate this baseball field. This makes sense. I'm just curious, what things have you tried so far to get that lighting spillover to decrease? I understand there's some proximity just to the houses, but 276% increase is still a large option. Are there different lighting layouts you've explored or different manufacturers to try and remedy this?
Yeah, so two things I'll mention is early on in design, we explored alternate field layout locations that prioritize player safety as it relates to the setting sun and sun angles for players to have to shield their eyes. When we stack up all of the factors involved there, the other alternate location or would have been mirroring this field north to south. Home plate would have been essentially where your left field foul pole is. There became concerns about the foul balls interacting with, say, the leaving traffic on the drive. So with the 94-acre site and the topography challenges we deal with, this really became the ideal site for a baseball stadium. One thing I will mention when it comes to doing the light calculations, what we cannot ever do when we run those simulations is factor in things like that mature tree canopy you see on the screen. So when we're talking about the light levels, those simulations are run without taking that into consideration. We want to pursue basically the alternate compliance path 88-430-07 in your zoning ordinance code, which allows us, because of its limited use, to exceed lighting levels. You may also note that the most extreme figure we're dealing with, you can see the backyard properties, they kind of start to turn a radius there. So that one figure that is cited in the report is about 106, the property line is 160 feet from the back of that house. So we spent some time digging into the data of the existing baseball field to look at hours of operations, how long we keep those lights on. Justin, I don't know if those charts made it your way.
Yep.
But we're really talking about almost a 90-day window. As you may know, high school baseball season starts in late February, depending on how the calendar shakes out. Some years it's not till the 1st of March. But the graph you're seeing on the screen basically shows the 3-year average that we dug into of the last 3 seasons for Park Hill High School baseball. And the April would be your biggest offender, where the lights are on an average of 19 days. And that is 40 hours, essentially 40 hours. So as you can imagine, that composite's about 2 hours a day. And it sort of shifts from early season to late season. Early season, the lights start at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. By late season, it's more 6:30 to 8:30 range. There are some outliers, of course, double headers, making up games with weather, but 4 out of 5 days. And I sent those to Justin as well. But before we get off this screen, I just want to make a small note. The box in orange, that represents the district turning the lights on at their existing baseball stadium for extra safety during a football game. When we move that field down to that part of the site, that's not going to be a factor. So we really are talking about late February to early May as hours of operation.
I believe this needs to be admitted as an exhibit.
Okay, that'll be exhibit number 10. Admitted.
My apologies.
Do you want me to share any of the other files?
Just the other two would speak to the early season versus late season, kind of getting an understanding of what these charts will represent is sort of the 4 out of 5 times exhibit. As I mentioned, like the weather makeup days. And we would suspect that data would tighten up in the coming years because we will have artificial playing turf. And so a lot of the outliers you saw from previous seasons, they are on natural grass right now. So you're limited to when you can play, waiting for fields to dry off and such. So this is early to mid-season. Again, that's basically a 6 6 to 8 hour window. The lighter blue just mentions that those were probably likely the game days. It's actually a tighter window when it's just practice. It's like an hour and a half. So 6 to 7:30 in the early season, and then it moves up half an hour.
And have you had an opportunity to talk to the houses along North Congress about the baseball park?
Specifically, we have not had individual conversations with landowners. We did have the public engagement meeting with 0 attendance, which again is historically kind of what has happened at this campus. We have not had a lot of communication with the neighborhood of coming and expressing concerns with these projects since we've been following this process on these previous special use permit applications.
You don't have any renderings, it looks like, of the baseball field and what the lighting might look like.
I do not believe in your staff report you would see one.
But do you have any?
Oh, we do, yeah.
Grant, is there, again, on the lighting, any redesign possibilities, or do you feel pretty comfortable with what we have here?
So the basis of design, manufacturer Musco Lighting is sort of the 800-pound gorilla in the industry, and they specialize in anti-glare and cutoffs and such. And when tasked with they do this all the time. That was as good as they get, and that they would tell me that oftentimes really like it's more about measuring glare than actual foot candles. And they have glare blockers and shields on the backside of it. So nobody will be able to look out of their back porch and see like a light source. No one will be able to look into a light source for those most closest fixtures, of course.
Right.
So
I guess just looking at your lighting company, I will say I'm actually from LA. It's where I was born and raised. I know Dodger Stadium very well. A lot of the, unfortunately, a lot of the lighting that they propose here are parks, fields, and stadiums in secluded areas where there is no neighboring properties. And so I guess the concern is that the lights that they typically use are meant for locations where there isn't a lot of other neighbors. At least it looks like from kind of what they've provided in their photos, and without any rendering of what the light looks like. I guess I question as one board member and echo some of the concerns about whether or not these are actually the best option of lighting. I understand they may be one of the best lighting, but are they the best option lighting for the area that they're in?
yeah, I mean, they do have competitors. I would tell you that the limitations of the average competitor really are there's not a widespread between different brands as to capabilities.
What does the current baseball field have?
So actually, one of the things we're doing is we're taking the existing poles, which are Musco poles. Now they're the last generation lights, the halide. I can't remember the technical name, but they'll get relamped in LEDs, and the LEDs are a little easier to shield and direct those light sources. So we'll reuse the existing Musco poles and retrofit the heads to LEDs.
And is there a cost savings with the LEDs versus what you guys have now?
So to pony on Mr. Ventura's question, the existing lighting today, does that have spillover into the neighborhood?
Well, because the existing field is located like in the heart of the campus. It is not in near proximity to a backyard or a property line.
Okay, thank you, Grant.
The football field, it looks like, so is the football field eventually going to be moved to the east of where it is currently? Is that, no, is it going to be where it is?
That's representative of markings for a practice field. I mean, it's simply like paint on a ground. There's a large grass area today that's used for practices.
So you're going to be coming back for light requests
No.
on that? Okay. But the field, the football field's going to stay where it is.
When you guys nod your head, could you just say yes for the court reporter so they can transcribe it? Or no if you're nodding no.
Well, looking through here one more time. The lighting, I don't think I have as much of a problem with as some of the other, but other board members may feel differently, but the lighting, I feel today's times could be probably acceptable to me, but some of the signage, not so much. Gonzalo, what's your thoughts?
I think on the signs, I think we kind of the feeling I got was we probably want either more information or maybe a redesign on the signages.
Right.
And I think so. I think that was on. That's D and G for sure.
Right.
E, F, and C. I had kind of so A, B, C, and F. Or the ones we were still talking about, I think.
Well, originally, I think it was noted
A is
that
the
if,
parking deviation, right, Randy? Are you looking at?
correct, yes.
So don't really have a problem with that one. The B, I know you do, Randy, I don't, or maybe other board members too. I'm not sure.
I think it goes back to if the applicant, if they want to separate this out and proceed with some of the variances and have a separate application for the signage, or if we want to continue so they can work on the signage, I think we just need direction on how we need to proceed on that front.
And we would like to request to separate the signage, especially the signage that's in question, just to allow, the special use permit for the rest of the improvements to kind of move forward on our construction timeline.
Right.
So then, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Randy.
So I think today then we'd only be really looking at variances A and B, and cut all signage, which would be variances C, D, E, F, and G would become a separate application. Is that accurate?
I believe that is correct. I'm reviewing that as well. Yes. So, David, did you hear that? So A and B, we may vote on in a few minutes, but the rest, C through E or whatever, however it goes up, that's all the signage ones. So you may want to come back to us with a redesign on that. Sarah, in that regard, we don't continue the case. We vote on this one, then they come back with another case for the signage, correct?
That's
what
correct.
I thought. That's what I thought.
Do we vote on C through G?
No, you can make a motion to approve the SUP and the approval of variances A and B. Period.
Then I have a motion.
Okay, Mr. Ventura, thank you.
On docket number 5, case number 00013, I move we approve the special use permit in accordance with the site plan and staff report, and approve variances A and B as requested in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Second on that, anyone?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Please call the roll.
Gorens, Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Those two are approved, and we'll see you at another time for the other ones on the signage.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David, you and the staff may look at some of the other a scope of what we've done with that. With that in mind, we're going to take a break for 15 minutes, and we will be back at
10:55.
10:55. Thank you.
Something's
Mhm.
happening.
Yeah, I have a close. No, I have a commercial.
Yeah, we'll see.
Who?
You've got a couple of minutes.
We go ahead and start, or we need to wait another minute or two for other people.
You might want to, we could go ahead and start. We do need to swear in Angela Ely with the Parks Department, who was not sworn in earlier, so.
We're back from our break. Angela, can you hear me? You online
Sorry.
yet?
Yes. Yeah, I'm
Hey,
here.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Angela. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do along with your name.
I do. And my name is Angela Ely. It's spelled Eley.
Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that.
Okay. Our next case is docket item number 8. It's case CD SUP 2025-40, a request to approve a special use permit for the expansion of a drive-through facility adjacent to an established parkway in proposed District B2-2 on about 1.3 acres, generally located at 7953 State Line Road. Genevieve Consmith is the staff planner for this case, and we do have the applicant here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do have one hand raised online. So Aaron Teben, apologies if I mispronounced that, is being promoted to panelist.
Applicant team.
Okay.
Or the applicant team, Genevieve. Okay. There you go. Could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Everybody, you too. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along or I don't, along with your name and address, please. Let's start with you first.
I do. My name is Adam Carlson. I'm with the Rouse Fretz White Goss firm at 801 West 47th Street in Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Adam. And?
I do, and I'm Aaron Teben with Kinley Horn, located at 7300 College Boulevard in Overland Park, Kansas.
Thank you, Adam and Aaron. Adam, I'm assuming you're going to speak on the case today?
That's correct.
There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Great. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Genevieve Conn-Smith to your left. Please tell us about the case.
Good morning again. Docket item number 8 is for a special use permit for the Culver's Restaurant at 7953 State Line Road. It's located in the Country Club Waldo area plan. And there was a companion area plan amendment and rezoning case associated with the site that has since been through the City Plan Commission and City Council. So that portion have been taken care of, and the last step in the entitlement is a special use permit for an expansion of their drive-through use. So we have the site here highlighted in yellow. As I mentioned, that rezoning was approved. You can see there were multiple zoning districts on the site, and so the site has been rezoned to a single zoning district. Something unique about this site and many of the properties in this corridor area is that it's a through lot, which means it has frontage on both State Line Road and also Ward Parkway, and therefore it's subject to the Boulevard and Parkway standards, and that's why this special use permit is in front of you due to the expansion of their drive-through use. So this is the site plan that was provided. And the only thing that's changing really about the site is adding a second drive-through lane, which will result in the loss of 5 parking spaces, and then also redoing the parking striping on the south side of the building just to create angled parking where there was perpendicular parking. And so I do want to point out that as this is an existing building, it was established prior to both the drive-through standards and the Boulevard and Parkway standards that we have in our code today. So there's a lot of existing nonconformities that are being slightly changed and expanded. And so that is one of the reasons for the number of variances that I'll be going through. And then a landscape plan provided to install some additional screening of the property, especially the rear, and then also the addition of sidewalk construction. This property, uniquely enough, is one of the only ones on the block that doesn't have any sidewalk. So the sidewalk will be constructed and connect into those north and south properties. So moving on to the handful of variances here. The first that we have, variance A, is for a reduced setback from drive-through functions. So there's a 19-foot setback proposed, which is a 31-foot variance because the required setback is 50 feet. So this is a 62% deviation. Substantial detriment or change to the neighborhood is not expected because there's already an existing drive-through and it already doesn't meet the 50 feet. So that's one of those nonconformities. And the variance could only be obviated by keeping the site exactly how it is due to that existing nonconformity. And so here's that 19-foot setback, which is the closest to this north property line here, and this property is zoned residentially, even though it does not have a residential use on it. Then variance B in the drive-through standards also requires that a drive-through facility within 150 feet of a parkway is required to have a porte cochere structure over the drive-through service window. Again, this is an existing nonconformity. The drive-through window is on the north side of the building, so it's not facing the parkway at all. And so this would be a complete deviation to eliminate this requirement, and a substantial change or detriment to the neighborhood is not anticipated, and again, could only be obviated by keeping the site exactly how it is with no expansion. And then variance C is another standard from the drive-through standards section. And this is also related to being on the parkway. A drive-through facility on a parkway or boulevard can only have a maximum of one drive-through lane. So this is also a complete deviation to add the second drive-through lane. Again, due to that, it being a through lot, even though the front is sort of facing onto state line, and really the rear is on the parkway, which is unusual. And the addition of the second drive-through lane is really to improve circulation on the site. In very, very busy instances, it's been noted that traffic can back up all the way through the parking lot towards State Line Road. And then variance D is a variance to the Boulevard and Parkway standards, which requires any fencing visible from the boulevard or parkway shall be 80% transparent. This is a complete deviation as there is fencing proposed on the east side of the site, which staff requested and is supportive of being opaque as it's supposed to provide screening because we don't want the back of house visible from the parkway. Again, if this was fronting on the parkway, that would be a very different situation. And again, substantial change or detriment to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and again, could only be obviated by keeping the site exactly as is, or removing the fence altogether and having view of the drive-through. And then variance E, our last variance, is related to signage. This is a request for a digital menu board sign in each of the drive-through lanes. This property is zoned B2, which does not permit digital signs. So this would be a complete deviation. There is an expected change as the site does not currently have a digital menu board sign, and the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. And then I also want to note that there was previously a variance granted back in 2017 to allow a larger menu board sign of 38 square feet. So they are authorized to have a larger sign. I know a lot of times the digital sign is proposed, so there can be changes to it. And the largest allowed sign under the code is 30 square feet. So they do have 8 additional square feet. And then here are the plans for that menu board sign. So you can see on the inner lane and then the location on the outer lane. And this is what the sign will look like. And then I have a few street view images. So this parking is what will be turned into the angled parking. And then this is the exit. So the drive-through pickup area is over here. Ordering is behind the building. And here's the current existing drive-through. And these parking spaces will be removed to add that additional lane. And then this is, well, from 2022, this is what the view looked like from Ward Parkway. So there is quite a bit of vegetation already there to screen. And then at the applicant's request, they did work with Parks Department staff and Public Works staff to request conditions 6, 7, 9, and 10 be removed as they're not applicable to this project. The parks conditions relate to work within a parks right-of-way, and there is no work anticipated in the parks right-of-way. It'll be completely on the subject property. And then the public works conditions are also related to improvements to state line on the other side, which are, I believe, under the jurisdiction of Kansas, the roadway. So the Parks Department and Public Works Department have agreed that they would like you to remove these conditions as they are not applicable. And with that, City Plan Commission heard this case and recommended approval with conditions, and I can take any questions.
And of those conditions, 6, 7, 9, and 10 should be removed? Is that what you're
Correct.
saying? Okay. Or you're suggesting for removal?
Mhm.
And Genevieve, the case we did up north, was that the same size of menu board, or maybe that's a question for Aaron? Get to that.
Is
Remember
that the
there's
Berry Red site?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's the exact same menu board. This is the Culver standard.
Okay, thank you. I'll get to you in just a minute, but that was a quick question for Genevieve, and she's answered that via you. Any other questions of staff, board members? Adam, why should we approve the request today, sir?
Yeah, good morning. I do have a quick presentation kind of outlining some of our reasons for why it's being requested, along with some photos of the site. if
That'll be
Genevieve-
exhibit number 10, and that's admitted. And please share your screen, Genevieve. Thanks. Go ahead, Adam.
Right. So as noted by Genevieve, our request is that a special use permit be approved to allow a second drive-through lane along with the necessary variances to operate that second drive-through lane. We are making that request to resolve staging issues related to traffic in the parking lot that will occasionally back up onto State Line Road. And I have a photo showing that later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. As already shown by Genevieve, here's a photo of our site plan. Then there was our landscape plan just showing some of the screening that will occur. And this is the picture that I was referencing. So this is on a Friday night, March 6th at 6:30 p.m. So at the busiest times, traffic will back up with the current drive-through lanes, sometimes back onto State Line Road. So we're looking to alleviate that issue by creating that second drive-through lane. And with that, we are requesting the approval of a special use permit and the necessary variances to operate the second drive-through lane. And I'm here to take any questions you may have.
The owner listed on the applicant is CS Devco LLC. Is that Culver's?
Yes, that's correct. That's the owning entity.
And this is
Yeah.
a franchise location.
Yeah, that would be the franchise owner. It's Paul and Mary Klaus, I believe, local residents here in Kansas City.
Okay, Aaron, any other comments?
Nope. Happy to answer questions if you guys have any. Thanks for your time.
Board members, this is similar to, I did have a question of Genevieve. So the screening, if I'm coming to the Culver's parking lot headed east, are my lights shining towards Ward Parkway or is there screening there? I couldn't tell whether there's a fence or what are you guys doing?
There's landscape screening and I believe the fence. Aaron, did you want to confirm where the placement of the fence will be?
Yeah, so it's really heavily landscape screening on the far east side. And then the fence is actually, there's a kind of a gap as you're heading south on Ward Parkway. The fence is on the north end of the site, kind of the midpoint, basically.
Aaron,
just
is
to
that
provide-
existing today?
The fence or the landscape screening?
No, the fence.
The fence is not existing today. So that's like the one gap in this screening from Ward Parkway. And
So
that's
if I'm
kind of the purpose
driving
of adding that.
south on Ward Parkway, will I see the fence or will I be screened by landscape, by vegetation?
So there's going to be, the fence will be like inward to the site, and then there's going to be landscaping on the north side. So you'll probably see parts of, it'll look very similar to that image there that was just on the last sheet. But yeah, you can see it up on the north end where all the shrubs are.
All right, because there was a slide that showed all the vegetation and I was concerned there might be fencing because Quick Trip does not have fencing over there that faces towards Ward Parkway.
Yeah, there's no fencing along the east boundary. It's proposed on the north side. So the east boundary is fully vegetated.
Okay.
I think we're adding a couple trees as well.
All right, thank you. All right.
Yep.
Board members, any other questions? Comments, motion?
The motion.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura.
On docket number 8, case number 0040. I move to approve the special use permits in accordance with the site plan and staff report and to remove the requirements of 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
No, not 8, 6, 7, 9, 10.
6, 7, 9, 10.
Perfect. I have a motion from Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright. Please call the roll.
Torrance,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll look forward to those Frosties anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Just
Thanks,
to
guys.
confirm, that also includes the variances necessary for it, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah. Do I need
because
to-
we granted the motion as described.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's the whole
Thank
thing.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, for keeping us in line.
Docket item number 10. This is case CD BZA 2026-19, a request to approve a special exception to the maximum height of a fence on a residential corner lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.15 acres, generally located at 5 East 70th Terrace. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. And we have the applicants here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online.
Great. Good morning. I'm going to have you drag that microphone towards you a little bit closer and she drag hers towards her. Great, thank you. Please, I'm going to swear you in.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Nick Hawk, 5 East 70th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri.
I do. Katrina Hawk, 5 East 70th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Nick and Katrina. There are lists of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, you gotta say yes or no. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So you
No
have no
questions.
questions. And do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Yes, those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Connor Tomlin to your left.
I do want to note that there were additional documents that were provided that are uploaded on Compass KC. They're part of my presentation. However, if you want to view them on Compass KC, I'm not sure if those also need to be admitted.
Okay. Are we going to look at them now or are we?
They're part of the presentation,
Yeah,
but if you
then-
need to zoom in on them on Compass KC or anything.
Okay, thank you. For right now, we're okay.
Sorry, is this the updated staff report that appears on here?
It should be.
'Cause there's two staff reports.
I'm looking at the one dated April 8th on the right-hand side at the top. Staff report.
There's another one dated April 22nd.
Ah, oopsie. All right, Connor, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Yep.
I've got the wrong PowerPoint up. There we go. Okay, we have docket item 10, CD BZA 2026-00019 at 5 East 70th Terrace. This is an R6 zoning district, a request to obtain a special exception to the maximum height of a fence on a corner lot plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site with a closer look at the site outlined in yellow. This is the some pictures of the fence as it exists on the subject site. Got some additional images here. This is what it had looked like a few years prior. And I'll allow the applicant to speak more to these here shortly, but this is an image of a neighboring business as well, as I believe this is either a gas station or auto shop, kind of kitty corner to their property. And then this is part of the additional imagery that was provided that I had just mentioned. And I'll come back to these to allow the applicant to speak more to those here in just a moment. Same thing here, some additional images of the property as it currently stands and what it looks like from the corner. And then here, I'll allow the applicant to speak more to this in a moment. But to kind of give a general overview, there was an investigation for an out of compliance fence. There was a compliance officer that deemed it legal, and then it came back to the city and it was deemed not legal. And then this is additional information from the applicant that I'll allow them to speak to here in a moment that they provided. Which brings us to the request, which is a special exception in the amount of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence on a corner lot to permit a fence at a height of 6 feet on the subject site. It's a 50% change. Again, that's only 2 feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as fences of excessive height are not commonly located in this area. However, they did provide a list here that they can speak to in a moment. The difficulty could be obviated by reducing the fence to a compliant height, and that concludes the presentation. I'm open to any questions.
So Connor, this come about on a complaint? Is that why we're hearing this case today?
Yes, so there was a violation that was made for the fence, and a compliance officer went out there, deemed it legal, and then it came back to the city again. Another compliance officer had gone out and deemed it's actually not in alignment with the 27-10 code.
Thank you.
What was the specific for finding not compliance the second time?
Just the way that the code words, yeah, so it was basically a misinterpretation from the initial compliance officer, and when compliance went back out there with clarification of how that section of code is intended to be interpreted, it was then deemed out of compliance.
So the fence, I'm trying to get a picture of this. So the fence wraps down Main Street?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead. You no, that's okay. You live on the property.
Yeah. Go ahead, Katie.
So from the aerial view,
Wait, hold on. He's got to share a screen. Stand by just for a second.
sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I was just trying to get situated there. And I'll zoom in a little bit. You can kind of see it here.
Spaces 70th Terrace North, and we have a garage towards the back, and that's our driveway. And then our yard is all on the side there. So we don't have a backyard. We have a side yard. Which was why the first time it was deemed compliant, because that is our backyard, is what he said. And I'll let my husband speak to kind of one of the reasons why we felt the need to build the privacy fence in the first place.
So one other question. So again, Katie or Kate,
Katrina.
Katrina.
Sorry,
thank
yeah.
you.
Katrina.
Yeah. So the fence comes all, does the fence go all the way down to 70th Terrace?
No,
No, it aligns with the front of the house.
Okay, it goes to the front of the home.
Correct.
And then stops or
Mhm.
wraps. Does it wrap to the, like to your porch
you-
area?
no. If you can see that.
You can kind of see it here. I can mark.
Yeah.
And I believe that's actually that picture, Connor, is the old fence. However, we went right back in the
It's the
same
yeah.
spot.
I
just
see.
went higher.
So you replaced an existing fence.
Replaced an
That was in rough shape and not, I believe it had just been put in to like get the house sold.
Right. And was it put in as 6 or 4 feet?
It was at 4 feet.
Okay.
But with the 4 feet, anything we did on that back patio, as you can see from this picture, and all of our possessions were in complete view from either the street or the business directly to the south of us and the one to the southwest of us. So the reason we actually raised it was around the time we decided to raise it, there were some break-ins on Gregory, which is the next street,
Right.
main street to the south. And the owner of this building here that sits directly behind our property, he informed us he had added some additional security, including cameras, a motion siren. So any pedestrian or vehicle traffic after 9 p.m. would actually set off a siren and an alert. And we just kind of started to feel with a young child, like everything we did was completely visible to the public, and especially from this parking lot directly behind us.
And the previous fence, Nick, was a opaque, you could look, it had spacing between the
It did.
pickets.
Correct.
Your fence that you constructed, no space. Is that what I
Correct.
hear you saying?
Yes.
So what year was this new fence constructed?
Last summer, so 2025.
And so I asked this question just so you know, of all of the applicants who bring fence issues before us, did you build this fence or did you have someone build it for you?
I built it.
It's very nice craftsmanship.
Thank you.
Okay, because generally, we ask that people come and ask for the variance before the fence is built. When did you learn about the issue with the 6 foot versus 4 foot?
When the letter, well, actually, before we got the first letter, the inspector had actually stopped by and told us the letter was on the way, that someone had called in our fence for being 6 foot versus 4.
And Connor, are there other fences in the neighborhood that are 6 foot?
Specifically on corner lots, not that I could tell, but I only looked in this immediate area right here. They did provide a list of properties if they want to speak more to that.
Yeah, and in fact, the lot, so I guess it'd be.
If you go back to the aerial view, you can probably see the house directly across from us on 70th Terrace. They have a fence almost identical to ours, the same height, and theirs sits even closer to me.
But also the next block is a mirror image of our property, house layout and everything, where the driveway comes off of Rock Hill Road. But the house actually faces East 70th Terrace there. We actually know those owners and we're friends with them at the time they put the fence in without a variance or any complaints, or they've never had to go through this process. So
I mean, we are, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
We are aware that it's the HOA that reported the fence. And when we went to speak to our neighbors all along the street who have to drive by us, you can see there's I think about 8 letters or emails we've got in support of our fence. And because HOA says you're not able to, it hinders when you turn. I have a picture in there that you can see all the way up to Gregory in the light. It does not hinder anything. And when we approached our neighbors about this, they were shocked. This was the most honestly ridiculous thing that the HOA could be concerned with, because they feel like it did so much improvement to the corner of the neighborhood compared to what that house used to look like long before we owned it. And the fact that there was a 10-foot or 6-foot privacy fence on the property before as well.
Connor, do we know if the other 6-foot privacy fence that they're talking about, is that in compliance with code? Do we know?
Directly across the street, I'm not sure. I haven't reviewed it. And I'm not sure if there's a violation out for it. I haven't had any chance to look at that.
Is that fence within the HOA?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And actually, I went through a lot of properties in our neighborhood to look in Compass KC and can see all the times that it was reported and there was a variance, and then generally it was approved. Some of the documents that I uploaded were from people a couple streets down from us. They're on a corner lot and they have a retaining wall with a fence on top of that. And they kind of went through the same steps we did. They talked to their neighbors, and all the neighbors were approved of it. And so when they mentioned like they don't see the other fences, you can just drive down Main and just, I mean, it's like every corner lot has a 6-foot fence. So.
And Katrina, could you see through the fence like you could the original pickets?
No.
They're solid.
No, they're, yeah.
Solid. And I think it's, we provided the list of addresses, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's kind of hit or miss, the ones that had to go through a variance process or had no issues. As I said, the folks we know, they did not go through a variance process.
So unfortunately, whether or not your neighbors go through the process doesn't impact the evaluation of yours. The reporting on fences seems to be sporadic and is not always consistent. Sometimes we do find that fences will be reported, and then the fence, all the neighbors, they'll point to the neighbors, and then all the neighbors are also not in compliance. So, as one board member, I can't really give you advice, but I sympathize because fence code is very complicated, and corner lots are very complicated. Corner lots are subject to slightly different regulations, both under city code and under the law, really. The reason why you get questions about whether or not you can see through it is because you need to be able to have line of sight because it's a corner, so for turning. So sometimes you'll see fences someplace that you think, oh, it looks the same, but in reality, because of the way line of sight works, it perhaps isn't. And because you brought this up, there is, unfortunately, with the way the code is written, there is a difference between a 6-foot fence that is 6 feet and a fence that sits top a retaining wall. It is, I will be honest with you, kind of a nuance without a difference. However, within the code, within the letter of the code, which is what we're bound to, you could have, for example, a 2-foot retaining wall and a 4-foot fence on top, and that would have a different evaluation than just a straight 6-foot fence. So they're not apples to apples when you're talking about another fence that may be the same height. It looks here that you guys have a pretty significant elevation change. How many feet is that?
As far as where it covers the fence or the yard, the fence about 3 feet. That's where each stair step there is about 6 inches roughly to keep it at 6 feet all the way up.
I personally prefer a fence you can kind of see through, whether it be where you'd have a slat every now and then, but I do understand you're close to the commercial with that office building and then their car repair shop on the southwest corner.
Well, and
Or
it's like one of the busiest corners in the neighborhood for people walking. I mean, we would get to talk to our neighbors all the time, a lot more when we just had that, but I mean, they cut through that back, the business behind us, they'll even cut through our driveway. People will be, just walking their dog, and then we have a camera over, it's over our driveway. I mean, it's like it's very busy by us. And the fact that we do have a 4-year-old son and a dog is just the privacy, everyone wants privacy in their yard, right?
The concern isn't necessarily, I don't think, my understanding of what's before us is not the fence itself. It's the height of the fence. That's the problem. So a privacy fence can only be a certain height is the issue. If it's a fence that is taller than that height, but you can see through it, that has like a different evaluation. Unfortunately, I sympathize with you. So I think that's what the question is, because it's not see-through, it's evaluated as a fence that is 6 foot high, which is above the standard, and you can't see through it. And so it's not that the fence exists, it's that the fence is too tall. And so have you looked at reducing the height of the fence by 2 feet?
Well, we had a 4-foot previously, and you can see over it at any point when we were in our backyard.
Especially since the yard slants this way, so then it gets even.
So on
you see
on
even
this side, it's even more, but the business directly across from it, I mean, they had direct visibility into our yard. So the 4-foot height actually did nothing other than keep the dog in the yard, essentially, but also didn't stop anyone from jumping over it.
So just out of consistency, I'll tell you what has happened in the past with fences like this is it's been a recommendation that you look at maybe vegetation to make up that difference between the 4 feet and the 6 feet. Because, as I said, we are bound within the letter of the code. And so I know in the past we have afforded applicants an opportunity to provide options or suggestions on how to bring the fence into compliance and to sometimes look at vegetation options like very large bushes. And so I'm just one board member, but in terms of consistency, I think that I think if we vote on this and if you don't have any other options to propose on how to bring the fence into compliance, my understanding of the code is that the fence is not in compliance currently. And it unfortunately, at least from my point of view, and maybe there's other other opinions out there, it doesn't necessarily conform with some of the other fences in the area that are being pointed to. They're just not the same, unfortunately.
You mentioned vegetation, and funny about that is the lot right directly across us has vegetation, and that is what gets complaints all the time because people cannot see to pull out, which is why I thought we were here in the first place. That was what the HOA's complaint was, that they can't see to turn the corner. But you can clearly see.
It's important to note the fence is back far enough on the property to the south that from the stop sign, there is no block in visibility whatsoever. So, to see through it really makes no difference.
So I think my understanding of why you're here before us is the HOA complaint is different than the issue that we are facing.
But they're the one that called in the complaint.
I know. So what most likely happened, based on what you're telling us, is that the HOA complaint had an HOA complaint. They filed a complaint with the city. It was evaluated by city staff, and the fence was found to be non-compliant or not within code, but separately from the issues explained or issues complained of by the HOA. Because I don't see in here, and Connor, please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see in here anything about the fence not be about interrupting line of sight. My understanding is the fence is simply just too tall.
It's in the
It was
letter
in
from the HOA letter.
That's in the attachment.
That's on
Sorry,
there.
I didn't
Yeah.
interrupt Connor.
You're right. So as far as the zoning code is concerned, it's just the height, not necessarily being within the line of sight being an issue. It's just the height that we're looking at. Obviously, if the HOA has an issue with the line of sight, that is their stance. But from a city code standpoint, the only issue is the height from a code review standpoint.
By one inspector, the other inspector deemed it compliant because it essentially acted as a backyard for us.
So I will tell you, there's been a lot of conversation about corner lots and what constitutes backyard, what constitutes a side yard. And so I think what Connor was explaining was that guidance has been updated for the inspector so that they understand better the difference so that they can give a more accurate opinion on things. And it sounds like that's what happened here is the first person went out, they had an understanding of the code. They were explained this is actually how the code is supposed to be interpreted. A second person or the same person went out and they found, okay, yes, based on the explanation, we understand this is not compliant with the code. But this is separate from your HOA complaint. The city, from what's in the staff report, does not have a problem with the line of sight of your fence being able to see. City's problem is the fence is just simply too tall. It's 2 feet taller than what's allowed by city code. So you may have an issue with your HOA, but that's not our issue. We don't have that same issue that the HOA has. Our issue is simply that the fence is too tall.
So what is the code? What is the code's reasoning? Does the code give a reason why a fence can't be that tall?
Can't see over it, it's just visibility for protection.
But just on corner lots?
Also on corner lots, being, permission given corner lot before.
So like we gave permission at 60th and Ward Parkway on a home 2 sessions ago for a 6-foot fence. It was metal and you could see through it and it kind of matched, and he was on a corner lot. And the reason I think this board gave that, number one, it was on Ward Parkway, not that they deserve 6 foot, but his neighbors had 6 foot that you could see through. It's the visibility part, as I shared with you earlier, that I have a problem with.
Visibility for who?
But see how the visibility works.
You know, what's going on in the backyard kind of thing. You know, I know you guys are good people, but sometimes you get other fences in other parts of the city that are 6 foot tall. And the police have visibility issues, protection issues, not your concern at 70th and Main Street, but that's why I think some of the code is in there.
That's why I'm confused why it's different for a corner.
Why
lot
would
and
you
not
even
if-
allow it in
if
a
we
back?
had neighbors on either side.
Well, the backyard, that's your own backyard. It's privacy.
This is our backyard.
But
This is our property.
Yeah.
And if you look at the other, and I submitted all the other houses that back up to that parking lot
Right.
are 6 foot. So if it was a police issue and not being able to see into that yard, wouldn't it reason that they would also have to keep it at 4 foot? Why does it matter if it's behind your house versus
Corner.
right
I don't.
for the police to be able to see into it? They can't see through my house. So
I
Re-
think
real-
the real issue is because that's a side, it's the, I mean, where your fence is the side of the house. They don't have it as a setback saying it's your backyard. In your mind, it's your backyard. But when it comes to the parcel layout and how it's facing, it's not a backyard, it's a side yard. And so what we've done in the past with corner lots is take that into consideration that you don't have a backyard. However, when we have looked at those cases, it was because when we granted those variances or allowed them to come back and redo it, it was because there was some type of transparency between it. Right now, you're solid all the way around. And so
Understanding why you need to see through our fence.
that's the way the ordinance was written.
What reason does the ordinance give for that?
Really, Katrina, you're
Yeah.
going down a rat hole here.
I mean,
I don't have an
I just
answer for that.
Fence.
We're here to look at the regulations and the code, not to rewrite the code.
and understood, and that's why this is a variance. I mean, the amount of security that we now feel using our backyard is tremendously increased by this.
Right.
And we don't feel like this is a burden on anyone else. right? So it really only impacts us, and it gives us a level of security that allows us to use our yard in a way most people can use a backyard. And that's all we're asking for, is to be able to do the same.
So unfortunately, it doesn't just impact you because the board is required to apply consistency among all corner lots throughout the city. And so I understand what you're saying, and I sympathize greatly. It is your property. But the code has to be applied consistently among all of the corner lots in the city. So like has been stated in the past, kind of the option that's been given is for you to reduce the size of the fence so that you don't have to remove the fence. And so I believe the fence, if it was simply 4 feet tall, would be in compliance with our requirements. Because I think what you'll find is that the way the fence is now, the board doesn't generally grant variances for how your fence is currently constructed.
Other than the list of addresses we
Yeah, that are
provided.
currently
That-
named with those fences.
So the city will most likely, now that it has become aware of these other fences, investigate those fences and find out if they're in compliance.
Well, half of them have already gone through this process.
That's the other
I can
part of
find
it,
their
right?
cases in here.
There's a case on Oak Street around 72nd and Oak that we denied for the exact type of fence that you have now. It was a solid fence and it was denied.
So if we just took some slats out and you could see through it, it'd be different?
I'd feel better about it.
But we would lose the
But we
privacy
also
at
had
that
people
point.
cut down to 5 feet. I'm not saying you have to build a 4-foot
But
fence.
that's not
So
what
we
the
could
code
meet in the
said.
middle at 5 feet and it would be compliant?
That's what that.
No.
Confused.
That's why you're here before us. The law says 4 feet. We've given variances for a 5-foot. We've suggested that if you have visibility, that's good too. But the solid 6 foot in Brookside, Waldo area doesn't happen very often. And I mean, I've turned down cases for that.
Okay.
So if you've got neighbors and you want to write a letter to the city and complain, they will be investigated.
I don't want to put them
We
through
don't
this.
want that.
Why
We
would
just
we
don't
want to do
understand
that to
when you-
anyone?
when
They're
we
not
start being
bothering
put through
anyone.
it.
Here's the deal. We've spent a lot of time on this case and I don't feel this board feels comfortable in granting this case right now, but you can think about it and come back to us in 2 or 4 weeks with a proposal. And let us look at that proposal at that time. If you want us to vote on your case today, feel free to tell us to do that. On some variances, you need, if 2 people vote against it, you're done. But in fence cases, you need 3 positive votes of the 5 sitting or 4, and we've got Randy online.
If it were voted down, what's the appeal process?
Sarah?
Is that a question for Connor?
The board can be appealed to circuit court.
So would you want to think about it and come back in 2 or 3 and at our maybe not this coming meeting, but the following one, and come back with a proposal? You've got to get a feel for the
As an
board.
as an example, some of the proposals we've seen in the past are reducing the height. Maybe that's to 5 feet. Maybe it's reducing to 4 feet and you have some lattice work above it to still give some privacy. Maybe it's removing every other slat. There's different ways people have approached this. And if any of those are potential options to you, that's what Mr. Ebbets is trying to get at, letting you decide if those are viable. Come back to us to see if we think those could be close enough to the code that we may grant that variance. But it's up to you all to decide.
Also too, is it possible for Connor to let them know where on a particular house where a 6-foot fence would be allowed if they were not a corner lot? That would kind of help guide them
You're
regarding
saying
the
if it,
proposal.
I'm confused. So if it wasn't a corner lot, let them know where a 6-foot fence would be allowed?
Yeah,
So if it's not a corner lot, it's anything behind the front wall,
correct.
nothing in
like
the front yard.
Okay. So something like their backyard
Or side yard too.
or Yeah.
which, you know, the front wall of the house, then you can go that direction, get towards the backyard, 6 foot tall. That's legal.
Yeah.
And 6 foot in the back. So what would you like to do? We can either vote on today or you can come back. It'd be May 13 or May 27 are our next two meetings in May. You don't pick a date. You just, you know, we suggest one of the two. But if you want to go into June, you can do that as well, or have us vote on today.
Yeah, we'll come back in May.
So which one, May 13 or May 27 is better for you guys?
27th.
Okay, great. Do I hear a continuance on this case till May 27?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion by Ms. Wright, a second by Ms. Mixdorf. Please call the roll.
Gorence,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you on May 27. Thank you. We are at a hard stop at 12 noon for Randy, and we've got, where are we at on our next case?
Number 12.
Another fence. What? Are we on
You think
docket
we can
number
get through it?
12?
You think we can get through that? We're at docket number 12. Are you ready?
Yeah, I think I am.
Okay.
Randy, we good? Mixdorf?
Yes.
Okay, docket item number 12 is case CD BZA 2026-23, a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence greater than 4 feet on a corner lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.3 acres, generally located at 2540 Topping Avenue. I don't see the name of the applicant online. If you could please raise your hand if you're the applicant.
That would be Stacy Sappho.
And I don't see, and I don't have any hands raised.
Yep.
Oh, there's Stacy. Okay. I'm going to promote Stacy to panelist. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And Stacy, if you could please turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
Sir, we're waiting for her. Any other hands raised?
No other hands.
Okay, thank you. Stacy.
Hi, I'm coming. I'm trying.
It's okay. It's all good. We can hear you.
You want to go ahead and swear her in, or would you
Yeah.
like to?
Stacy, while we're waiting for you to get the camera going, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Stacy? I lost her. Did we lose her?
Still there.
Stacy, I can't hear you. I heard you a second ago.
Might be trying to rejoin.
No, she's gone.
Stacy, if you can hear us, come
Promote
back in.
Stacy to panelist again. Stacy, please turn on your camera and microphone.
Stacy, can you hear us? There you are. I see
Hi,
a
I'm
face.
so sorry.
There we go. It's all good. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, I do or I don't, along with your name and address, please.
I do. Stacy Sappho, 2540 Topping Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64129.
Thank you, Stacy. There are a list of 9 administrative exhibits that we would like to admit for your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No.
And do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Connor Tomlin on your case. Connor, tell us about it.
Okay, we have docket item 12, CD BZA 2026-00023, located at 2540 Topping Avenue. This is an R-2.5 zoning district. The request is a special exception to the maximum height of a fence on a corner lot, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site with a closer look outlined here in yellow. These are the images that were submitted by the applicant. You can see the fence there. And then just for clarification here, the section of fence that is out of compliance on this corner lot would be that section outlined in red, just to clarify any confusion. So the special exception is 2 feet, the maximum height of a fence on a corner lot to permit that fence to exist at 6 feet. Again, that is a 2 feet deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as this fence has been in place since at least 2019 per Doodle Street View. However, this obviously does not negate the fact that the fence is of a non-compliant size on this corner lot. And the difficulty could be obviated by reducing the fence in that highlighted portion in the previous slide to 4 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, questions, Mr. Tomlin? Connor, could you show the diagram one more time and share your screen, please?
Yes, let me share the screen. And are you referencing the diagram that outlines the portion of?
Correct.
Yep. So this portion here in red is the section that applies anything behind the rear wall of the home on a corner lot is then considered the rear yard, so that can exist at 6 feet.
Okay.
So
And
if that line was just pulled to the back at the west side of the house, it would be in compliance. It could maintain at 6 feet as long as it is in that back line.
Right. You would be correct.
Okay. Stacy, why should we grant your request today?
I'm requesting approval to maintain the existing 6-foot fence. The fence was already in place when I purchased the home, and it serves as an important purpose for privacy and safety. Of course, you know that I live on the corner lot, and without the fence, the yard is fully exposed to foot traffic. The property is directly across from an open public area, the Blue Valley Park, as well as an abandoned school. And there is a lot of transient traffic that goes through and that approaches the property. Before and since purchasing the home, there have been concerns with trespassing, loitering, and debris being left on the property. I understand the city's concerned about visibility and safety. In my case, the fence does not obstruct traffic views. There is no sidewalk in front of the property, and the fence is set back enough that for visibility for drivers and pedestrians is not impacted. There are small slits in the fence, so I guess police could look through it because the transient traffic sure does. I'm not asking to build something new or excessive. I'm simply asking to maintain what already exists and what's working for the safety and privacy of the home. Removing or reducing the fence would significantly reduce my ability to secure my property and would create a real concern for my safety and quality of life. I'm respectfully asking the board to grant this variance based on these conditions. I know we're short on time, but I purchased this home June of 2025. And since then, I've had a vehicle stolen from the driveway. I've had Halloween decorations like the 6-foot inflatable stolen from the house. There's traffic that walk by and literally urinate. I had a man pull a cup out of the trash on trash day and urinate right in front of the house in the daytime and set the cup right back down. So I'm just asking to keep the current fence that was up in place for safety reasons.
And Stacy, can you see through the fence? I can't really tell from these pictures.
Yes, while I'm out cutting the yard in the back, I can look through the fence and see the people standing out there looking at me. I mean, the slits are small, but you can see an eye when it's looking at you.
Right.
So everything.
There is another home, I'm sorry to interrupt, like literally around the corner. It's 5616 Lawndale Avenue. And they have a 6-foot fence and the variance was approved. So their fence is legal.
Can you see through that fence?
No.
What was the address of that other one?
5616 Lawndale.
Everything that we just told the last applicant applies here. This is about consistency. Again, the issue is not that the fence cannot exist, it's that the fence is too tall. Looking at the staff report and what's been presented, it appears that it's a very small section of the fence that's too tall. And so it's not that it's not the fence has to come down, it's that the fence needs to be either reduced in height or the fence needs to be moved backward to align with the back of the home, is I think what this staff report is indicating.
You would be correct.
Okay.
It's just that that red lined portion that it would be non-compliant the way the code is written.
So if that red line portion, if the 2 feet off the top of the fence were cut off that red line portion, it would be compliant with the code.
My question would be if the address at 5616 Lawndale, their variance was approved for safety concerns, what's the difference from my request?
It was 5616 Lawndale or 2616?
It may be 2616. And I got this information. I went and spoke with the homeowner, and I also got this information from Christopher Sons. I think he's an inspector.
Would it be beneficial for me to pull up parcel viewer?
Yes,
That'd be
please.
great.
Okay.
I was gonna ask, do we have any information on that one? So that 2616 isn't a corner lot?
Doesn't appear to
Yeah,
be.
the 2616. You said Lawndale, correct? And I'll share my screen.
Maybe I have the address wrong, but there is a house on the corner, right around the corner, and it's on Lawndale. It's a corner house, and they had their variance approved, so I must have the address incorrect.
It might be 5616 East 27th Street, which is on the corner of Lawndale.
Okay, 5616. Sorry.
All right.
And so on this one, this 5616, does the fence go, is it in the same type of location? Can we tell from the aerial view?
From the aerial view, I believe so. It looks like it extends out here to the front and up to the house there. And a compliant fence would be all the way.
Share your screen, Connor.
Oh,
so
I'm
everyone
sorry.
can see.
I was trying to look on the screen in the room. I was kind of making it work.
Sorry, let me just share
There we
that
go.
really quick. So let me so from what I can tell here, it looks like this fence probably exists something like that. And a compliant fence for reference on a corner lot at that location would be then 6 feet back there.
From a quick review of the staff report, yes, I believe that Connor's correct.
The variance was granted for that.
The variance was granted for the height of 6 feet. I believe that that applicant also has a pool. Perhaps.
It was opaque.
So I do recall this one. It was just a couple months ago, probably 2 or 3 months ago. And how it is seen here is how it was reviewed by the board.
Kind of weird. Well, on the previous case, Stacy, they're coming back to us with a proposal in a couple of weeks. I'm one board member, but I'm big on opaqueness. If you can see through the slats, I mean, it looks to me from the pictures, your slats are maybe an inch, maybe even less than that. They're almost butted together. I'm not sure why we granted that one. I feel like we had him cut it down, but maybe not.
No, you approved it for 6 feet.
It was granted at 6 feet.
And how long ago was that?
It's last year.
Was it last year?
It was 2025 case. It was January. Oh, no, it was January 14th, 2026.
Yikes.
3 months ago. You were here. Yes. The voting commissioners were Ebbets, Gorens, Hayes, Meyer, and Ventura.
Perfect. So I'm just one board member, but I enjoy consistency and I am pro privacy fence. And so because there is a neighboring fence that is of the same type and location, I'm just one board member, but I would be happy to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay. Given
you only need 3 positive votes for it to pass.
Given everything that was just discussed, I'd make a motion in favor of approving the special exception on docket number 12, case number 00023, in accordance with the staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll.
Gorens, Mixdorf,
Opposed.
Wright,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Opposed, but it is approved because you only needed 3 votes. So your project is approved. Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you so much. Have a good day, everyone.
Okay, bye-bye. Get that dog. Okay, so we're going to adjourn for lunch. Randy Mixdorf, thank you for joining us this morning. And we've got Mr. Meyer this afternoon for our 5 people. We'll be back at 12:35 or 12:30. Let's go back at 12:30.
12:30, okay.
Yeah, eat fast. Thank you. Recording stopped. Hot microphone. He's in potty. Yeah. You. Meredith, we're gonna have a lot of people for all these other cases. Where's everybody?
You don't have to. I mean, we have 10 left.
About, no, maybe not even that many. Yeah, I think 8.
Yeah, 10.
Yeah. I was gonna say, did we lose some? Get back to work.
Recording in progress. There we go. All right, welcome back to the afternoon session of the April 22nd Board of Zoning Adjustment. Sarah, let's hear about the next case.
Docket item number 13 is case CD BZA 2026-28, a request to approve a variance to the maximum allowed floor area of an industrial use in a B4 district on about 2.5 acres, generally located at 6655 Troost Avenue. We have the applicant here in person. Do you have someone online also?
Yes, we do. Kylie.
Okay. Oh, he just raised his hand. Okay. I'm promoting Kai Lee to a panelist. Genevieve Consmith is the staff planner for this case. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. I have no hands raised online.
All right. Good afternoon. And we do have someone online. Oh, I
Yes,
see.
we do.
Him or her. Okay, great. Everyone, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address. Let's start with you first.
I do. Steve Salzer with Helix Architecture at 220 West 18th Street.
I do. Kevin Pinkowski with BHC 7101 College Boulevard, Suite 400 in Overland Park.
And the online person?
I do, and I am Kylie with Minwell USA at 6655 Truth Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, everyone. Who's speaking on the case today?
I can.
Okay, great. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any problem with us admitting? Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, can I admit those for your hearing today?
No questions. They can be admitted.
And okay for that. And they're labeled 1 to 9. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Genevieve Kahn-Smith to your left.
And
we need to get him to.
I got it. It just froze up a little bit.
raise again.
low after lunch.
Is that yours? There, okay. You're just trying to get to your PowerPoint?
Ed.
I think we've lost the presentation computer.
Okay.
And so Genevieve's going to join the Zoom. You'll only be able to see one screen
Okay.
here in the room, but
So nothing for the online people?
well, no, online people will actually be able to see the same thing that they
Okay,
always
good.
get.
Let's go.
I don't think it's going to look the same for you all, but if you give us a minute, Genevieve's going to join. So
That's good.
it should, people online should not notice any difference, but you all will only see one screen.
That's fine. Let's go. Whenever Genevieve's ready. Or Connor.
Bye.
Try.
Sorry.
I see you online.
There we go.
Oh.
Okay, let me share.
Sounds great, Genevieve.
Okay. Docket item number 13 is for 6655 Truce Avenue. Subject site is located in the southern portion of the city, west of Highway 71. And this is the subject site highlighted in yellow. There is an existing building on this site, And the variance request is related to a second building that's proposed. So there was also some rezoning and development plan cases that went to the City Plan Commission and are on hold to go to the City Council until this variance is approved. So the request today is related. So this property is zoned B4. And in our zoning code, we have restrictions on gross floor area limits for industrial uses in B4 districts, since B4 is meant as a heavy commercial, but it does allow some light industrial uses. And so that cap is 25,000 square feet. The existing building existed before that standard was created, so it's already legally non-conforming at 45,000 square feet. This additional building will add about 30,000 square feet, so then expanding that non-conformity for this existing limited manufacturing use. And the site plan was reviewed in detail under the development plan case and was recommended to be approved by the City Plan Commission. So just a couple of notes about the site plan. This second building proposed will have a subgrade garage. So there'll be an additional curb cut made to enter into that garage. However, I did want to note that staff is appreciative that all of the truck circulation will remain coming and going from Troost Avenue, whereas previous iterations had circulation around the site and out onto 67th, which turns into a residential neighborhood. So a lot of the actual operations will not encroach on the neighborhood. So the variance before you, as I mentioned, the total building square footage of both buildings, one existing and one proposed, will be 77,862 square feet, which exceeds that 25,000 square feet by 52,862 square feet, which is a 211% increase. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is generally not anticipated. Again, this is an existing site that has a limited manufacturing, mostly assembly of products, which I can let the applicants speak more about. Also, as I mentioned, truck traffic will remain on Troost as the commercial corridor, and a traffic memo was submitted related to this, and the difficulty could only be obviated by keeping the site exactly the same, as I mentioned, because it's already non-conforming. And then I have some street view images of the site. So here's the existing building and that curb cut off of Troost. And then this is the area for the proposed building. So you can see it kind of slopes down, which lends itself to that sub-grade garage parking. And so really only the eastern portion of the site will be modified. And these are the related cases. Like I mentioned, there's an area plan amendment, rezoning, and development plan for this property that were heard and recommended for approval at CPC on April 15th. And that concludes my presentation. I can take any questions.
Board members, any questions? Genevieve, was this the old police lab or is that not? There used to be laboratories for police. Okay. All right, no other questions. Steve, are you speaking on the case? You want to tell us why we should approve your request today, sir?
Yeah, so as described, Meanwell has an existing facility on the site and a need to expand their operations. They have a light manufacturing operation that Kylie, who is with us, can describe to you a little bit more clearly than I can, but it's basically electronics assembly and packaging that they need more space to do on this. They need more space, and they would like to keep it, that operation together on one site. So if I could ask Kylie to give you a bit of information about Meanwell and what their plans are here.
Go ahead, Kylie.
Yes, thank you, Steve. So yeah, meanwhile, we originally acquired the building to serve as a Midwest hub for logistics and warehousing, and then to meet the local customer demands for more advanced system level integration and light assembly. We established a subsidiary called Meanwhile Power Solutions about 3 years ago, and in order to sustain the growth for the Meanwhile Power Solution operation, we will need more space for engineering and light manufacturing, which is why we are working with the city to get the new building approved. So, and for the new building, it will be 3 floors above ground plus the underground garage, and we will only have 1 floor in the new building dedicated to the light manufacturing. And for the manufacturing, we're mainly taking the pre-manufactured power supplies that's imported, and we will assemble them or slightly modify them to meet the local customer demands. And our vision with the new building, of course, is that we want to enhance our local design and research capabilities by investing in more engineers. And then we also want to expand the production team and increase our production capacity to fulfill the local customer demands. And then lastly, we are doing our due diligence to exemplify Meanwhile's dedication to sustainability by designing this new building and certifying it to meet LEED certification, Silver or Plus, and we're aiming for Gold right now. Yeah, and that's a brief introduction on what we do.
So like, they're not making iPhones, but is more batteries? That's what I thought Meanwhile did was batteries.
No, power supplies, so power conversion. So it would be like laptop chargers kind of product, but we don't do a lot of consumer. We're in industrial, lighting, medical, all the different fields, but we don't do much batteries. We have a little bit of battery products. Yeah.
Given the location of your building, there's a lot of schools and there's hospitals and medical facilities in the area. Is there any concern from those neighbors about this expansion?
No, we held a public engagement meeting on April 1st. We only had 1 attendance from our neighbors. And then since the CPC hearing, we've been also knocking on the doors of the immediate neighbors, the adjacent neighbors, since they didn't show up to the meeting, to also present to them about the project and then to let them know. But other than that, we haven't heard anything from our neighbors.
What was the feedback you got from the people who you've knocked on the doors of?
The neighbors are mainly concerned about, how the new building will look like, and then if it will block their views or anything. But we are taking additional conditions to add, additional screenings with greeneries, and then to present to them what it will look like. So that's why we are knocking on the doors now. Yeah.
Hey, Kylie, on the truck traffic, are these semis or are these box trucks, or what kind of trucks are going in and out of your facility typically?
Typically, they're 40-foot containers, or sometimes maybe the maximum size is 53. And the new building will not change any of the in and out operation for the trucks. Yeah, they'll remain the same.
Thank you.
I'd like to add that the new building actually helps screen the existing truck traffic. So the existing truck circulation on the site does not change in this scenario. And the building, which is positioned east of that, actually screens that operation from the neighbors, the residential neighbors adjacent.
Kevin, you didn't say much?
I'm here for support.
I have a motion.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Ventura.
On docket number 13, case number 00028, I move to approve the requested variance in accordance with the staff report and the site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Second. Okay. Gorence.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you very much for coming before us. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Docket item number 14 is case CD BZA 2026-37, a request to approve a variance to the accessory use standards to allow for an accessory building in the front yard, plus any additional variances in an R80 zoning district on about 4.7 acres generally located at 12516 Frost Road. Liz Collins is the staff planner for this case, and the applicant is here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online.
Okay. Good afternoon. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Stephen Ship, 12516 Frost Road, KCMO 64138.
I do. Lori Ship, 12516 Frost Road, Kansas City, Missouri.
Great, thank you. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions about those exhibits? And if not, may I admit them?
Admit, please.
Okay, great. Those are admitted. That includes a presentation by Liz Collins. Please tell us about it.
All right. Today before you, we have docket item number 14, which is CD BZA 2026-00037, which is located at 12516 Frost Road, which is currently zoned R80. The applicant is seeking a variance to the accessory use standards to allow for a pole barn in the front yard of the property. So here is a, let's see. Here is a quick overview of the site. It is located near Raytown. And here is a closer look at the property itself. Here is the proposed site plan from the applicants with the new accessory structure. As you can see, it is directly south of the principal structure. Is it not connected on Zoom?
It's not advancing. Yeah. Okay. But I don't know that you did anything incorrect.
Do you want to come take a look, Alec? No, it's
oh.
okay, there we go. All right.
Gonna duplicate settings. Okay.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. I'll go back a little bit. All right. So here is the general location of the property in this little part of Kansas City near Raytown. Okay. And then here is a closer look at the property in question. And again, here is the proposed site plan for the accessory structure. It's directly south of the principal structure. And the way it is currently designed, it is within both the front, side, and rear yards. This first photo over here with the fence is just a view of the property from the street. And then this next photo is a view from the front door over towards the location where the barn would be. And then the following photos just show the area where they are wanting to put it. As you can see, they've put the little poles where each of the corners of the barn would go. And then here are some views of it from the back, including a shed that I believe would be taken down. So the variance request before you today is a variance to the accessory structure lot and building standards to permit an accessory building in the front yard on the subject site per the submitted site plan. This would be considered a complete deviation from the code requirement, as the code does not allow accessory buildings in the front yard of a property. However, a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, as this is a 4-acre property that is zoned R80. So it's not uncommon for an accessory building to be partially located in the front yard. And additionally, even though it's in the front yard, it does not impede on the street frontage. As for whether or not the difficulty can be obviated by a method other than a variance, there are multiple physical constraints for development on this property, such as the steep elevation drop in the rear yard. However, the applicant could potentially reduce the size of the proposed building to meet this section of the code. The variance review criteria, strict application of the zoning code would result in a practical difficulty for the applicant, as the existing principal structure sits on the tallest part of the lot. So the proposed location for the accessory building is one of the few flat areas of the property. If it was moved 30 feet back, as in to the east, there would be a 6-foot downward slope. And additionally, the applicant has noted that there is an existing septic system running north to south in the rear yard. And so if they were to meet the standards of the code, it would interfere with the septic system and they would have to redo that. The second piece of review criteria, that the variance is generally consistent with the purposes and intents of the zoning code. The accessory use and structure standards are intended to guide physical development of accessory buildings and structures in any zoning district. Additionally, these standards are intended to ensure that accessory uses are typically subordinate in nature to the principal use, while also providing comfort and convenience for the property owners. The third piece of criteria is whether the variance will result in substantial justice being done for both the public and the individual. Approval will allow the applicant to build the accessory structure as designed with little impact on the public. However, it may encourage neighbors to request variances for accessory buildings that are technically in front of their houses. Denial will force the applicant to move the building towards the rear yard of the property or to redesign it to stay within the side and rear yards of the lot. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Liz. Board members, any questions of Liz? Okay. Stephen, why, or if you're speaking on the case, why should we grant your request today, sir?
Well, there's a few reasons. The first reason why I'm pushing it forward 32 feet from the front of the property is the drop from 32 feet back drops approximately 8 feet. I've already moved the building in 21 feet for the electrical easement line to the south. The second thing, there is a property adjacent to mine, which is 12600 East 79th Street, KCMO 64138, that has 2 accessory buildings completely in front of their house. And those are stated as far as, let me get the map here. The building at 12600, they have a pole barn that is approximately 229 feet in front of the property of East 79th Street, which the building is completely in front of theirs, where mine is 429 feet from the street view. So from the street view, you won't even be able to tell that the building is 32 feet in front of my house completely at all. They also have another building in front of their house, which is only 95 feet from the property, or from the street view of 79th Terrace. So with that said, I've spoken to all my neighbors, and none of the neighbors has a contest against this or anything. The house will actually be painted the same color. I've already done the roof to match the roof, and everything will look symmetrical as far as the building going up. Aesthetically matching.
A couple years ago, the board approved a very similar request, not too far away, on East 92nd Street. And I think the question for them, same question I have for you, is are you operating any sort of business or anything out of that shed?
No, I have a business. I have a fence company for 34 years. My office is at 10920 East 350 Highway, and that's been there for 30 years now.
And so will you be keeping anything related to your business on your property?
No. I have basically an acre lot up there right now.
Maybe keeping some of Lori's purchases in there?
For all my handbags, right?
Antiques.
And you said no neighbor opposition. You went
No,
around canvas.
Actually, one was supposed to be coming today, but they had a dentist appointment because this was supposed to be done on the 8th and they were going to come today. But
All right. Board members, any other questions?
I have a motion.
Please, Mr. Ventura.
On docket number 14, case number 00037, I move to approve the variance in accordance with the staff report and the site plan.
I have a motion for Mr. Ventura. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second for Mr. Gorens.
Gorens. Wright.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it.
Thank
Thank
you
you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Mr. Ship, I will comment, you have a fence company. We have a lot of fence issues coming forward.
We're like,
I'm very aware of it.
So all I would say is, because we don't that often have the pleasure of a fence company before the board, is to ensure that you do seek permission.
I know the rules. I'm very aware of it.
Thank you.
30 years in the business, it
I'm
sounds
very
very
aware of it.
It's not an accusation, just
I know. I gave him my business card.
That's great.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, next case.
Docket item number 15 is case CD BZA 2026-33, a request to approve a variance to monument signage code requirements on about 8.06 acres, generally located at 4800 Northwest 88th Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. And the applicant is online. I'm going to promote Nick Allen to panelist. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And Mr. Allen, if you would turn on your microphone and camera to be sworn.
There he is. Hello, Mr. Allen. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Nick Allen, 14115 Northwest 60th Court, Parkville, 64152.
Thank you, Nick. There are lists of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions about those?
No.
And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
You do.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Connor Tomlin.
All right, let's see if I can figure out the screen share with this new setup. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Where's the duplicate screen button?
Settings. You're good? Okay.
Oh, it's working? Okay. Alrighty, so we have docket item 15, CD BZA 2026-33, located at 4800 Northwest 88th Street. This is a B3-3 zoning district. The request is to obtain variances to the monument signage standards to permit a large monument sign at the site of a church, plus any additional variances. This is the general location just north of 152. A closer look at the site itself. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, to the right is Green Hills Road.
Correct.
This is the site plan that was submitted, and then on the right-hand side, I just zoomed in a little more on that design. This is the current condition of the site. You'll see there's an entrance monument sign there. The location of this sign would be further back, kind of behind where these trees are located. So with that said, the variance request A is a variance of 155.4 square feet to the maximum area of a monument sign to permit a total area for a monument sign at 205.4 square feet on the subject site. Again, that's a variation of 155.4 square feet, or a 310.8% change from the standard. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as monument signage containing individual letters this large are not common within Kansas City, and staff believes that the signage can be reduced to be closer compliant to the regulation. And then the difficulty could be obviated by, again, reducing the overall size of the letters to be a more compliant size. Variance request B is a variance of 2 feet to the maximum height of a monument sign to permit a maximum monument sign height of 8 feet on the subject site, which is a 33% change. Same thing as before, these can be reduced in height to be closer to compliance or of a compliant size. I will say that only one monument sign is permitted per like on each street frontage for a property. So here you have street frontage on Northwest 88th. They have that existing monument sign there at the entrance. Since this is considered a monument sign by code, if you were to approve this, I would condition that the existing monument sign on that frontage of Northwest 88th Street be removed, as the board cannot vary the number of signs on a property. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Connor. Any questions to Mr. Tomlin? All right. Mr. Allen, why should we approve your request today?
Yeah, so first of all, I think this wasn't intended to replace our existing monument sign, because the architect and ourselves are not viewing this as a monument sign. It is more of an inspirational piece and has no other business information on it than just the letters. The way it reads doesn't face the street. It actually faces our entryway. We are improving the entire outside of our building and some of the inside. And this is part of the new entryway as you walk in. So it's more a feeling than it is an advertisement piece, that the various people who come to church here and the community partners that arrive here get that feeling as they approach. It's over 100 feet from the street. So even there, it's not really practical as a monument sign for the building. Its main purpose and focus is for families to take photos in front of. That's part of an attached courtyard there. And just once again, to kind of inspire the Northland with hope. A lot of the shirts we have for church here just say hope. They don't even say church on them. And we get comments all the time of people of, wow, I really like that. That's great. And that's really what we're trying to do with those letters.
So Connor, if I understand correctly from what you're saying, we do not have the power to grant an additional monument sign.
No, you do not. I believe that is under 88445. I want to say 12, Sarah, if you could correct me on that.
The board may grant variances to the requirements for signs except as to type and number.
So, Mr. Allen, before we even get started on the questioning, it sounds as if you would have to make a decision about whether or not to either have this sign or the other monument sign that you currently have, because we don't have the power to grant you an exception to the number of signs. And I understand your position that it's not intended to be the same. But as you may have heard in some of the earlier ones, the earlier issues before the board, our limitation is the letter of the code, not necessarily the substance of the request in instances like this. So before we move forward with discussing your sign, is the replacement of your current monument sign something that you are willing to agree to in order to potentially erect this monument sign?
And
It would be potential. Our other one is not highly functional. The way it sits right now. I know some of the confusion, I think, with talking with the architect, is she was viewing it as more of an art installation, like what the River Market has, than a monument sign. But if that's what code is, I mean, that's what code is. So.
And I would like to clarify that the reason that this is considered something a sign more than an art installation is, while I do understand it is conveying the message of hope, the church is called the Hope Church, so the city has to view it as an advertisement in the form of a sign.
Yep, I understand.
Mr. Allen, were you here earlier when we had the discussion about signs with the high school?
Yes, I was.
So you kind of understand our position on our limitations on what we can grant in terms of variances when it comes to signs.
Yeah, 100%.
And so I'm just one board member, but my concern, at least just right off the bat and looking at this, is that you're essentially asking for a 310% change, 3 times the size limitation in terms of a variance, and that is significant, at least from my reading of this.
Would you want to come back in a couple of weeks and rethink the sign and rethink that the existing monument sign that you have now will have to be removed?
Yes, the architect unfortunately couldn't make it today because she was offsite in another state. So I would like to get her feedback and maybe on a different proposal for how that'll work.
Okay. Our next meeting in May is May 13 or May 27. Do either of those days work for you?
I can make them work, so let's do May
Or
13th.
it's to your convenience, sir. Which one would you rather do? May 13?
May 13th.
Okay. All right. Board members, continuous request till May 13.
I can make a motion.
Okay.
Docket item number 15, case number 33. I move that we continue this case to the May 13th docket.
I've got a motion from Ms. Wright. Do I have a second?
Second.
From Mr. Gorns.
Gorens,
I'm sorry, Meyer.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you on May 13th. Mr. Allen, thank you very much.
All righty. Thank you.
Okay, docket item number 16. It's case CD SUP 2026-15. Waiting for Alec to. A request to approve a special use permit to allow a gasoline and fuel sales establishment in a B1-1 zoning district on about 0.517 acres, generally located at 4621 Northeast Vivian Road. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner for this case.
Should be Steve Noon.
He's not online. If you're the applicant and you're online, if you could please raise your hand.
Steve Noon, I think.
I don't have a Steve. Want to skip this one and come back?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, we'll pause this case and come back to it. The plus side of all is this computer's working again.
Oh, thank you.
We haven't seen you all day, Alec, and now you're up and down.
Okay,
Connor has to come right back.
Yep.
then,
Number 18 or docket 18.
docket item number 18 is case CD BZA 2026-46. Have Connor come back. A request to approve a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit an attached garage addition visible from the street, plus any, okay, Connor stepped out of our back room, so you might need to take 5 minutes, Kier.
Do we have Mr. Jones online? Do you see him?
Yes,
Jacob?
we do.
Okay. Good. Jacob, we'll be right with you once you're.
I'm going to go ahead and promote Jacob Jones to panelist so he
Good.
can speak on this.
I could probably swear him in.
Sorry, Connor. Okay, let me restart here. CD BZA 2026-46. A request to approve a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit an attached garage addition visible from the street, plus any additional variances on about 1.07 acres generally located at 8915 North Lathrop Drive. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner on this. We have the applicant online. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any other hands raised online.
Okay. Mr. Jones, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Jacob Jones, 8915 North Lathrop Drive, Kansas City, Missouri, 64155.
Thank you, Jacob. There is a list of administrative exhibits. We would like to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions about those administrative exhibits?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Connor Tomlin. Connor, tell us about this case.
All right, today we have docket item 18, CD BZA 2026-46, located at 8915 North Lathrop Drive. This is an R7.5 district. The request is to approve variances to the infill lot and building standards, plus any additional variances as needed. This is the general location of the site, south of 152. A closer look at the site outlined in yellow here. Just for reference, this is an infill lot, so the infill lot and building standards do apply. This is the site plan. I've zoomed in a little bit here to make it easier to view. Within your staff report, you can also zoom in to look at all of that. These are the elevations that were provided. So there is an expansion onto the existing home that is being proposed. Essentially that two-story, not quite two-story, but like the garage and then the rooms above is the addition that's being proposed. Variance request A, a complete deviation of the infill vehicular use standards to permit an attached garage visible from the street on the subject site per submitted plans. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as of the 5 garages within the contest area defined by 88-11007, only one is technically visible from the street. Most of them are side-loaded or rear-loaded in this neighborhood. The difficulty could be obviated by creating a side-loaded or rear-loaded garage. However, constraints such as distance to the north property line makes this difficult under the current proposed dimensions footprint of the building. You kind of have to go on the opposite side of the home and make a driveway all the way around to the back to make a rear-loaded garage possible there without encroaching into the other property. Variance request B, a variance of 25.75 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a building width of 87 feet 11 inches on the subject site per the submitted plans, which is a 41% change. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as the 2 nearest homes within the contest area in which the maximum width is determined are narrower than the existing home. However, the difficulty could not be obviated through a change of design as the current width of the home matches the maximum permitted width. So any addition to the width of the home would require a variance. And I've got more notes on that in the staff infill calculations under variance review criteria in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Tomlin?
Connor, it looks like they have one of those real fun driveways that are like a half circle driveway. Is there any issues with that have
No.
curb cuts?
Mm.
And is this building's already existing, right? That's my understanding.
Yeah, so the building is existing, so let me share my screen again so everyone can see online.
Because I see plans in here for various, yeah.
Yeah, so let me just do something here real quick. So, the current extent of the home would be, let me,
Oh, I see. So they're adding to the left side of the home. If
Yep.
you're looking at its face.
yep, that would be correct. So that's the proposal today is that addition on the left side of the home.
Where's their garage today?
I don't believe there is an attached garage today. However, I'll allow the applicant to speak more to that.
On the side of the house where the addition is going, there is a garage there, but there's no room to turn a car into it. So where those in that picture where like the 2 campers are, there is a garage underneath the house right there.
So it's not functional at this time, is that right?
No, not at all.
Is it like one of those carriage garages that go down into the ground?
For the current proposal or what's existing now?
No, that exists currently.
I mean,
Oh.
it's like half basement, half garage.
Okay, so it's one of those. Yeah. Okay. But do you have 3 driveways currently?
No, we have the U-shaped one and then the one on the side.
Okay, so you have 2.
Yeah.
3 curb cuts, 2 driveways. And so are you going to be removing this U shape?
No. that's staying.
And that's compliant?
To my understanding, it is, unless Sarah has a different interpretation, but
I just know we have like concrete. Sometimes there's issues with the amount of concrete and stuff like that.
sure. It looks like there's that U shape there, and then there's also that one up to the north that they're going to be paving, correct me if I'm wrong, Jacob, but I don't believe that's currently paved.
It's not paved. It is a driveway though.
And in the site plan, you'll see that 40-foot marker. That's not the width of the driveway. That's the width of the original property line there. The width of the driveway, to my understanding, is going to be compliant.
Okay. I don't want them to have to come back because they pour another concrete driveway and then they're no longer in compliance with all the other concrete they have in the front yard.
What is the rule about the concrete?
40% in the front yard is the maximum impervious surface that can be in the front yard. So if you're not exceeding that, you wouldn't need another variance.
And I mean, I guess it looks like you have a very long front yard, so it might not be a problem. I just wanted to ask about that.
Yeah, so the front yard, just for reference here, well, that's not quite what I wanted it to do, and I'll change the color here. But the front yard would be anything in front of that front line towards the right of way.
All right. Kind of reviewing things. Jacob, why should we approve your request?
Well, if you go through my neighborhood, most of the houses have front facing driveways or garages. It's one of those, we're in a world now where we'd like to pull our vehicles into a garage, especially after the hailstorms we've had this spring already. But I feel as if this rule, I understand the rule for like the houses downtown and smaller areas, but if you kind of look at my neighborhood, it's not really should affect my neighborhood. None of the houses are the same. No two lots are the same. No structure is the same. But yeah, it's just one of those. We'd like to be able to pull our vehicles into a garage, kind of keep it more clean in front of our house.
And in the garages, are you going to be keeping these? Are they RVs or trailers?
Oh, those are. One is my parents' house. Our parents and it's at their house, and the other one is gone. It's sold.
Okay.
So they were just temporarily there.
No neighbor opposition, right, Jacob?
No, they're actually kind of shocked when they found out that we had to have a meeting about this. They weren't quite sure why, but yeah, they were all excited for us to do the addition. I mean, we have a growing family. We'd like to stay in that location. So the whole point of the addition is to, as our family grows, we grow.
Thank you.
Have a motion?
Oh, sure, Mr. Ventura.
In docket number 18, case number 00046, I move to approve the variance in accordance with the staff plan and site, or the staff report and staff site.
Great. I have a motion by Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Miss Wright.
Gorens?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
Ventura?
Aye.
Ebbets?
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you for coming before us today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant for number 16 is online now. Would you like to go back to that one?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, docket item number 16 is case CD SUP 2026-15, a request to approve a special use permit to allow a gasoline and fuel sales establishment in a B1-1 zoning district on about 0.517 acres, generally located at 4623 Northeast Vivian Road. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner. I'm going to promote Steve to panelist. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And Steve, if you would please turn on your camera and microphone.
Hello, I apologize about my delay.
No, you're good, Steve. Thank you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the court reporter.
Oh, my name is Steve Noon, and my address?
Yes.
1050 Vista del Pueblo, Santa Barbara, California.
Great. Thank you, Steve. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They are labeled, 1 to 9. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Great. And one of those is a presentation by Alec on your case. Tell us about it, Alec.
All right, good afternoon. Alec Gustafson, City Planning and Development. Here is, let me share my screen. Here's docket item number 16, CD SUP 2026-15. It's for the Quick Snack Convenience Store, SUP. The site is located just north of North Kansas City at 4621 Northeast Vivian Road. Here's a closer view of the site. It's in a B1-1 zoning district with North Lawn Avenue on its east border and Northeast Vivian Road on its north border. To the west is a B2-1 zoning district with a fast food chain restaurant, B2-1, and then we have across the street a B3-2 and a B1-1 with, to the south, R-6 single-family residential. A little bit of case history. In 2022 through 2024, there have been a couple other special use permits to redesign this gas station. They applied for a certificate of legal nonconforming use, which is what we have in our requirements for the new gasoline and fuel sales standards. This was done in 2025, which allows us to go forward with this special use permit now. This is just our section of code stating why we have to have a certificate of legal nonconforming use to allow for the ability to expand nonconforming gas stations. Here's a view of the gas station previously from Northeast Vivian Road in October of 2024. Here's a view from North Lawn Avenue from December 2024. And then these are the plans for what they're proposing. Previously, the building was in the middle, just directly south of the canopies. They're planning to build a new structure south along the southern border, much larger, and plan to remove one of the curb cuts off of Northeast Vivian Road, only using the North Lawn Avenue curb cut, and then sharing a curb cut with the fast food restaurant directly to the west. They provided a good amount of landscaping. By removing that curb cut off Northeast Vivian Road, it allows for more landscaping, which is something that our gasoline and fuel cell standards holds pretty highly as something that we're trying to get done with gas station redesign. Here's the lighting standards with more lighting towards the canopies, towards the front, and towards the rear of the property. If we go back to the landscape plan, there are trees which allow any lights on the rear of the property to be shielded from the residences to the south. Here's a couple elevations of the gas station as proposed with the new convenience store. And just quick review of the special use permits review criteria. We look at whether or not the use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of its operating characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. And then we also look at will the proposed use have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort? So I wanted to highlight D and E in the review criteria. So with D, is it compatible with the surrounding area? The plan is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of the operating characteristics. The proposed lighting will be shielded from residential uses to the south by the convenience store and landscaping buffers along the southern border. Noise production is not expected to change from the existing gasoline and fuel sales standards. And while the 24-hour operations create a conflict with neighboring residential uses, the hours of operation are not actually changing from the existing gasoline and fuel station. So the 20 to 44 hours is what they've had, and it's what will continue. Will it have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort? Since the proposed plan removes one of the curb cuts along Northeast Vivian Road, it allows for safer circulation for pedestrians on the subject site, as well as vehicles with a safe buffer from the public right-of-way of Northeast Vivian Road. So the change in the site layout has a generally positive effect on pedestrian safety and comfort. With that, the City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions, and I'm happy to take any questions that you guys may have.
So Alex, it's going to be 24-hour operation? Is that what I
Yes.
heard you say?
Yep.
Still a fiddle? Well, I'll ask him. I'll ask Steve that. Any other questions of staff? All right, Steve, why should we approve your request today?
Just as Alec mentioned, we feel that it is an improvement not only just aesthetically, but safety from the entrance, removing the entrance, as well as the lighting and just overall site improvements, landscaping, etc.
This is also one of the few gas stations in the metro area that is not actually within 2,000 feet of another gas station, and not within 200 feet of, well, it is still within 200 feet of residential, but with the certificate of legal nonconforming use, it's allowed to be there.
Is it going to be a BP affiliate? Have they decided that yet?
Don't know that yet.
All right.
A motion.
Okay, Mr. Ventura.
On docket number 16, case number 00015, I move to approve the special use permit with conditions in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion for Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Gorens. Wright.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir. Thank you very much for coming before us.
Thank you all.
Docket item number 19 is case CD BZA 2026-48, a request to approve a variance to the residential accessory standards to permit a carport in the front yard, plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 0.54 acres, generally located at 5218 North Randolph Road. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case, and Brandon Kinney, the property or the applicant, is online. I'm going to promote him to panelist. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. I'm going to promote Robin's iPad to panelist.
Is that the only one we've got out there? Robin is the only one? Robin
Yes.
Knutson, I'm guessing.
That's my guess too. Yeah, so Robin and Brandon, if you turn on your microphone and camera to be sworn in.
See Robin, don't see Brandon yet.
Brandon is there. Yes.
Oh, there.
We're waiting for Robin.
Oh, we're waiting for Robin.
And I know it's actually Don was using his wife's iPad earlier, so I'm thinking it's probably going to be Don.
Well, Don needs to turn on the camera and microphone to be sworn in.
Okay.
Is that him?
Yes.
Okay. Don and Brandon, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Brandon Kinney, 8627 North Farley Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64157.
Don, you're on mute.
Mr. Knutson? Don, we can see you. We just can't hear you. Don?
Do you want to go ahead with the staff presentation and we can work on
Great.
getting him sworn in? Okay.
I'm not sure I asked that. So, Brandon,
Yes.
since you're kind of speaking, we've got a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Actually, it's 1 to 10. And part of that is a staff report by Miss Stephanie Salderi. So those are admitted. And Stephanie, please tell us about the case.
All right, we got docket item 19, CDBCA 2026-48, located on 5218 North Randolph Road, zoned R6, and the applicant seeks a variance to permit an existing carport in the front yard and an oversized driveway plus any other needed variances. All right, so the subject site is located right over here. Highlighted in yellow is the site. And then this is a picture of the site, and this is the carport, and this is the driveway in question. And this is our site plan. So we got 37 feet of width for the driveway. And then the carport is in the front yard. So we'll get into that. Okay, so we got variance request A. It's a variance to the residential accessory structure standards to permit a carport on the front yard of the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a complete deviation. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So per staff's review of Parcel Viewer, Google Street View, and also using Google Earth, the nearby properties do not have carports in their front yard. The difficulty could be obviated by removing the carport and using the attached garage on site, or a detached garage can be built in the rear yard. And then there is a second driveway on the property that leads to the rear yard on the southern side. And then this is just another photo showing from Google Street View showing that second driveway. Okay. Variance request B is a variance of 40 square feet to the accessory structure standards to permit a footprint of 240 square feet for a carport on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 20% change. Change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So again, per looking at Google and Parcel Viewer, the nearby properties do not seem to have carports of such size. And again, the carport could be removed. And the garage, the attached garage on site can be used instead. Or if the owner needs extra room for their cars, a detached garage can be built in the rear yard. Okay. And then variance request C is a variance of 15 feet to the residential vehicular standards to permit a driveway width of 37 feet on the subject site per submitted site plan. So this is a 68% change. Again, this does anticipate a change to the character of the neighborhood. Looking at parcel viewer, the nearby properties do not have such wide driveways. A change in design of the driveway could obviate this variance request. For example, a semicircle driveway could provide the property owners with the egress they need. So in the statement of hardship, they stated they need the large driveway so they could turn around. Since North Randolph is highly traffic, has a lot of traffic, I mean. So if they were to take out some pavement here and make like a semicircle driveway, that would allow them to go in and out easily as well. But that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Don, can we hear you yet?
I believe Brandon was going to speak to the
Yeah,
case.
no, I agree. I'm sorry. Yes, sir, you're right. Hey, Brandon, any questions more of Stephanie? None? Brandon, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Certainly. So Dr. Knudsen and his wife have been living at this property for probably about, I want to say it's 25 years. They had it built. At the time it was built, this driveway was installed, as was the carport. They were under the impression that it had been approved when the house was built. And so they were surprised when they received the notification that there was an issue with the drive and the carport. They've taken steps to request approval of these now that they're aware that there was an issue. Dr. Knudsen has contacted his both neighbors on either side. Actually, there was a third neighbor as well, but not adjacent to this. And all three of them signed an affidavit saying that they had no problems with the existing structures remaining. Also, several pictures were taken, not necessarily of the surrounding properties, but properties within the neighborhood where carports do exist in the front of the properties. I think we submitted probably 3 or 4 different pictures of that. And so, while I understand that these were not initially approved at the time of the building, we would disagree with the statement that this is going to make an overall change to the neighborhood, because these structures have been there in the neighborhood for the better part of 20 years. And so for that reason, we're simply asking for permission to adopt these structures as necessary, and not changing the overall impact on the neighborhood. I was also going to point out, this doesn't impede the frontage, the longer drive. If there was a request to, take down the carport and move it somewhere else, the portion on the side of the house there where the carport currently exists slopes downward and will create a hardship. There are other, let's see. And with regard to the safety issue on Randolph Road, Dr. Knudsen and his wife used the drive to be able to turn around out of their garage and not have to back out onto the street. And we think that creates a safety issue if they were have to start doing that. And the hardship also of more construction when these structures exist. And so for those reasons, we're asking for the approval of the variance requests.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Brandon, how many other carports would you say are on North Randolph Road around your subject property, around Robin and
on Randolph Road itself? I don't believe any of the pictures we submitted were from Randolph Road. However, there are, I think if you look at the site plan, there are some other streets that are in that neighborhood, and those were where those carport pictures were taken.
Early on, you were talking about how they built this house. But you said something about how something has existed since the time they built this house, or you're referring to the driveway being in this like form since they built the house?
Yes, this is the original driveway, and at the same time that the house was constructed, they also installed this carport. So my clients were under the impression that all of that had been approved at the time they initially built their house.
When was that?
I wish Don were here. I want to say it's either 20 or 25 years ago. I don't have the exact date.
Normally, I'm not a big fan of carports, but since this has been existing for some period of time, and the property owners should have known better, but they didn't when they bought the home.
Well, they built it actually. They hired a builder to build it, is what happened.
Why do they need a carport when they have a 2-car garage?
They have several children that have lived with them over the years. And so there were multiple vehicles at this point in time. I know that Dr. Knutson and his wife each have a vehicle in the garage, and then he also has a truck, which you can see pictured in the carport there. So that basically to keep them out of the hail and the storms.
I'm only one board member, but if it's been there for that long, I don't have an issue with this. I really don't.
I'm only one board member, but for consistency's sake, we don't typically approve these kinds of variances for carports. But that's just my 2 cents on the issue.
I think it's the longevity. I kind of agree with Mr. Meyer that it's been there for so long, but that's not to say it's good, but 25 years is a long time. The neighbors have grown adjusted to it. It's not like it was just built last year or a couple of years ago. So.
How did this come to us? Was this through 311 or how did?
My clients contacted me saying that they'd received some sort of notice in the mail that there was a problem. So we're not sure exactly how it happened. I think inspector spotted it or something. I don't know.
I think Stephanie can share that with us.
Just report it through 311, but anonymous.
Did you hear that, Michael?
Yes, I did. But the surrounding neighbors don't have issues with it and have signed affidavits.
Correct.
Question, would city staff have access to go that far to see if the site plans were approved as is?
What's in Intergov goes back to 2006. And it looks like the last thing was an interior remodel. Prior to that, we would, it hasn't been digitized with respect to this parcel.
Interesting.
I think I can safely say for my clients that if they had known it was an issue, they would have brought it this request much sooner.
All right, board members, what's your thoughts?
I just know in previous cases, we have had people tear up their drive. Also the carport and the width of the driveway. And in those cases too, it was the issue of setting the precedent. And so, oh, sorry. In other cases, we've had people actually have to tear up their driveways because of the width of the driveway size. And they were in their homes as well for a period of time. For me, I would like to see if this was an issue where it was actually approved In that case, I would feel better about voting for it because it made it through staff approval at some point 25 years ago.
I think I would agree with Ms. Wright. I probably need some more information, just because, like I said, for consistency's sake, we don't typically approve these. And we have had in the recent past, and last year, we have had substantial or several homeowners who have had to expend substantial amounts of money to bring their homes into compliance. And I understand the applicant's position about longevity, and I am sympathetic to that, but they're not unique in that aspect. And in the sense of equity and fairness to the other homeowners who have had to expend significant funds to bring their homes into compliance, I think I'd like a little bit more information on this specific issue. If this was previously approved by someone during the building process, then I think that's a different issue than if this was just put in with the belief that it had been approved. So I think
Yeah, do you understand that, Brandon?
Yes, that makes sense. And I guess my question would be, is that something that Stephanie would be able to access to be able to obtain? And if we were to continue the matter, that information could be provided?
Yeah, so I would request the files from our permits department, permits division to see if we have a physical copy of it at least that we can look at.
And Don, if you had anything too, I know you can't, I don't think you can, or your microphone's on, but if you had records, I know when I've improved my home and I keep those records for a long, long time. They're stuck in a file, so maybe you'd have them as well. Where you'd have a stamp of approval from building permits.
And if once you review the documents, you find that it wasn't previously approved, I think as one board member, I would encourage the applicant to work with city staff to see if there's an alternative or redesign that can be proposed to bring this closer into compliance. I think that the driveway is probably the biggest problem given the width of the driveway and our, I think, hard stance on driveway widths being appropriate. A motion for continuance?
Yeah, and Brandon, do you want till May? So I gotta get my calendar back here. May 16th, I think it is. No, May 13 or May 27. How much time do you think you'd like to have?
If we could do the 27th, that would be better for my calendar.
Okay.
And I can make the motion on docket on item number 19, case number 48. I move that we continue this case until May 27th.
We've got a motion from Ms. Wright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Ventura.
Gorence.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you in in a month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Ready?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Docket item number 20 is case CD SUP 2026-8, a request to approve a special use permit for parking accessory on about 1.86 acres generally located at 220 West 43rd Street, immediately west of Mill Creek Park and Broadway Boulevard at the former Embassy Suites location. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicants here with us. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. I do have Matt Eblin online. Is he part of your team? Okay. That I'm promoting to panelist.
I also need to be signed in, or
Oh, you need to be sworn in, don't
yes,
you?
yep.
Okay. Well, anyone else who'd like to testify, who'd like to raise their hand online, and we do have one person here. So you need to swear in Luke,
Who's got
city staff,
them?
because he was not here this morning.
Okay.
And then the applicant team has one person online, and we have one person here to testify.
And the applicant is online. I see them. So all 5 people, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Let's start with this gentleman right here.
I do. Luke Ranker,
Name and address, sir.
City Planning and Development.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Aaron?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Aaron March, I have been sworn 801 West 47th Street here today on behalf of the applicant.
Great.
Matt Hanson, 901 East 104th Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Great.
Amelia McIntyre on behalf of Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association residing at 4545 Warnell. I am sworn as well.
Okay, thank you. And the person online?
Matt Eblin, 1700 Swift Street, North Kansas City, Missouri.
And Matt, are you for or against this? Oh, no,
He's
you're
on
for.
the applicant team.
Yeah, he's part of the
Exactly.
applicant team. And was it Amelia, right? And are you for or against it? Just quickly.
We are supporting a SUP with conditions as stated in our written testimony.
Okay, thank you. And we'll give you a chance to speak here in just a minute, Amelia. All right, gentlemen, I'm guessing, Mr. March, you're going to be speaking on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, sir.
So we have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10. Do you have any problem with those administrative exhibits?
No objection, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Part of that is a presentation by Larissa Chamby. Please tell us about the case.
All right, good afternoon. Let me duplicate. All right, this is a special use permit for 220 West 43rd Street. This is the subject location. It's located in the Midtown area. And then just taking a look at the site, you can see it's developed with the Embassy Suites Hotel. And then it is just south of the Westport overlay and west of the Main Street overlay. You can also see that it's adjacent to Broadway Boulevard and the Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park to the east. And then here's a look at the property with the surrounding zoning districts. You're seeing this case because accessory parking is required to be on the same lot, or it requires the same or a more intensive zoning classification than that is required by the most intensive of the uses served by the accessory parking lot. And so since this proposed accessory parking is for St. Luke's Hospital, they do have one of their properties located north in this M1-5 district. So that's why they are coming through with this special use permit. The proposal is for a 157 vehicle parking space parking lot. That parking lot will include 6 ADA parking stalls and 18 bicycle parking spaces. And the applicant did provide the pedestrian path through the parking lot as well. And access to the site will remain the same off of West 43rd Street and off of Warnall Road here to the northwest. The applicant also provided landscaping. And so what you see on the western and southern property lines is compliant with code and along with the interior landscaping for the parking lot. The landscaping along Mill Street and Broadway Boulevard is what we'll be discussing here in a minute, but there is an existing retaining wall and the applicant is proposing a 4-foot tall decorative fence there as well. And then here's a rendering that was provided by the applicant showing what the parking lot will look like. The applicant is proposing gates to make sure that that parking lot remains accessory to St. Luke's. So moving on to the special use permit criteria. Criteria A, does it comply with all applicable standards of the zoning and development code? There's various points that we're going to make. So it does not comply with all of the standards of the code. And we'll start with Luke Ranker with our Community Planning Division, and then move through a couple other variance and alternative compliances.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Luke. I'm the planner for the 4th Council District. So I'm going to start off giving you some context for where we're at and some planning background before I talk about why this proposal does not align with our long-range plans. So as you can see here on the map on the left, The subject site is the trapezoidal yellow. And to the west and to the south, there has been significant hollowing out of this portion of Midtown for surface parking. And that's important because more than a decade ago, back in 2012, the community and the city came together and wanted to see less surface parking. And we can see that on the map here of the planning plaza subarea D, which is just to the southwest. This is the subject site here again. This blue and orange color here indicates redevelopment. And I've outlined where that redevelopment should be occurring. It's here on this full block of surface parking that's shaded in yellow, and about 2/3 of a block of surface parking here, which is like where that building is right there. So that was, well over a decade ago. And so far, we've not seen any redevelopment here. In fact, we've seen the opposite. This aerial from 2014 shows a small house on this lot and quite some extensive development here. This aerial from 2024, which is the most recent one, shows that this has been taken over by surface parking. So there's been a pattern in this portion of Midtown for the destruction of buildings, bulldozing of buildings for surface parking. And that is the opposite of what the Midtown Plaza plan calls for. Specifically, that plan asks us to consolidate and centralize surface parking so that we can phase out surface parking. And specifically, new surface parking lots should be discouraged. There are some broader problems with this concept as it relates to the Midtown Plaza plan, and that is with the development forum for this area. We have a couple different development forums in the city: neighborhood development forum, downtown development forum. This is a district development forum, which you can think of as like a campus or either a hospital campus or a college campus. And so there should be like a flowing theme through the district. And one of those design criteria is that parking lots should be screened or behind a building or properly screened from public view. And as Larissa briefly mentioned, we have some serious concerns about that screening on the Mill Street side, but particularly from the Boulevard side. Another issue with the plan is that we would like to see walkable areas within districts, great pedestrian connectivity, which kind of segues into the goal supporting criteria for the playbook. The first one, where there is low alignment, is the Connected City, which asks developers in the city to promote pedestrian scale blocks. And surface parking lots are just not pedestrian scale. There's significant conflict between the people walking on the sidewalk and the cars pulling in and out of the parking lot, but they're also hostile to walk through. They're often poorly landscaped. They're hot because asphalt and concrete create heat islands. They're less safe because there's lower numbers of eyes on the street because there's not people looking from the businesses or from residential areas. Another goal supporting criteria with a low alignment is the sustainable and equitable growth. The first bullet point there talks about fiscal sustainability. Surface parking lot from a city standpoint has very low value. It generates low property taxes. It generates low sales taxes. It doesn't create new economic growth. So it's not really fiscally sustainable. Another issue with this equitable growth concept is our goal to avoid leapfrog development. And we see a lot of leapfrog development in, the edge of the city where there's the contiguous portion of the city, and then there's new development that leapfrogs a part of that or away from that. And this is sort of an inverse of that, where we have a contiguous activity center at the plaza that bleeds into the activity center of the St. Luke's campus. And then we have nothing because there's that hole of surface parking, and then we finally get to Westport. And we want to see infill development in there, not more hollowing out. And then the final criteria that was not in alignment with this concept was the healthy environment, particularly on this location, because we want to see permeable surfaces, green infrastructure. And this has been a real problem area of the city for a while because, as you know, Mill Creek is right there, or Mill Creek Street is right there, which used to be the creek. And we've had significant flash flooding there. I think we're investing somewhere $30 million into stormwater infrastructure in this area. And part of the reason we're having that stormwater problem is because we paved over the creek and we've allowed for so many concrete, asphalt surface parking lots. So it's not really, it's kind of in direct conflict with this goal supporting criteria. There were some other criteria, but these were the three that I really thought stood out in terms of why it was low with the Spirit Playbook.
Okay, and then moving on to some more criteria and standards from the Zoning and Development Code. So it still does not comply with the landscaping requirements as required by our landscaping standards of the code. The applicant did work with city staff to find a suitable alternative for landscaping since there is that existing retaining wall. So staff worked with the applicant to come up with a sum for them to provide $7,030 for landscaping to be used or to be paid to the Parks and Recreation Department at the time of their site improvement plan. And then one of the other variances that we will be discussing is the variance to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. And so as noted in the staff report, city staff and the applicant do disagree on whether those variances are required. And so just to give you some history on the boulevard, for Broadway Boulevard, in 1908, there was an ordinance that established the right-of-way for the land to be acquired for that parkway. And then here's just a snippet of that language. And then here's the map that came attached to that ordinance. And then I've highlighted the subject property in red. And then we did ask our mapper to help us ensure that the legal description does still match what is approved for the boulevard right-of-way. And so, as you can see from the previous map that of what was acquired and what was designated as a boulevard, the blue lines in between the red arrows or on either side of the red arrows, that designates the right-of-way for the boulevard, for Broadway Boulevard. And I do believe Angela Ely is online from Parks and Recreation, and so she can hop on if you have any questions, but I can go through the variances that city staff believes that the applicant does require. Or we can listen to Parks and Recreation. It's up to you.
Lots of people. Yeah, lots of people. I'd like to hear from Parks.
Okay.
Did we ever swear her in?
Yes, you did.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, my name is Angela Ely. I'm from Parks and Rec Department. And so there was a question about where the boulevard boundaries were. And so we had to go back to the research. And the documents that Larissa has are the documents that we provided for her. So it clearly shows that Broadway boundaries are right adjacent to the subject property, which was the former hotel. And that does include a park. So our park that we have, which is Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park, is within the right-of-way. So it's not a separate boundary. It is within that right-of-way, which is a little bit unusual. Usually our parks have their separate kind of designation and boundaries, but this one does not.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
And who else do we have, Larissa?
It was Angela with Parks and Recreation, and then I can continue with my presentation
Go
as
ahead.
well.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully it shares to the correct slide. Okay.
Yep.
Great. All right. And so an accessory parking. So the reason this is accessory parking is because surface parking that is not accessory is not allowed adjacent to a boulevard per our Boulevard and Parkway standards. The Boulevard and Parkway standards also state anything that is adjacent to or within 150 feet is required to meet those Boulevard and Parkway standards. And so the first variance that you see is parking located on the side or on the side of a building shall be set back a minimum of 10 feet behind the front building line or 30 feet from the right-of-way, whichever is greater. And then on the right side of the screen, I do have that red shows that 30-foot setback that the parking would be required to be behind. The applicant is asking for a complete deviation. As Luke mentioned, it's a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood. I mean, there's already substantial numbers of parking lots in the area. And so just adding another large surface parking lot to the area and immediately adjacent to the boulevard is against the intent of a boulevard. Those are typically meant to be more scenic and to encourage pedestrian activity as well. And then the difficulty could be avoided by a change in design or a change in location. And then the second variance is to the criteria or the requirement that no more than 30% of a site's frontage adjacent to the boulevard or parkway be used for a vehicular use area. This is, again, a complete deviation because the entirety of the frontage of the property along the boulevard will be used for the vehicular use area. And the analysis is fairly similar to the last variance, but again, just the amount of surface parking in the area and the location adjacent to that boulevard. And so with this one, I did also provide this diagram. So that 30% really is just this small blue area that could be a vehicular use area. That includes drive aisles and parking spaces. And so once again, a complete deviation. And that green is where that 150-foot distance would be. And so as I stated, the applicant did also provide variances, the variances that they believe that they will need. This is what was shared with you at the before I started my presentation. What was included as Exhibit 10 was just the preliminary. This has the variance percentage on it, and so that's what's on that sheet, and I'll let the applicant go into that a little more. And so continuing with our criteria for the special use permit, criteria B, is it in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. The proposed parking area is private for St. Luke's Hospital staff, but it does provide another parking lot in the area, and the area again has multiple parking lots. And then C, is it compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning? Technically, yes, because of the number of parking lots already in the area. And I do have this map. So this property highlighted in yellow is the Embassy Suites site. And then to the south in purple, that's the St. Luke's main campus. And then these properties in red are the properties owned by St. Luke's that are also parking for St. Luke's. And then criteria E will not have a significant impact on the pedestrian safety or comfort. The applicant did provide bicycle parking and safe pedestrian crossing through the site. However, as Luke mentioned, having multiple surface parking lots in the area does reduce eyes on the street and does reduce the safety for pedestrians in the area. And so here's a view looking west on West 43rd Street at the site, and you can see the first access point. And then looking east on West 43rd. And then here's a view looking northeast from Warnell Road / Access Road. And this is from the St. Luke's main building. And there are two conditions to revise. So the first is condition number 2, and that's the CPC recommended to change the SUP expiration date from 5 years to 3 years. And so that's the small change for number 2. And then CPC did also ask staff to work with Parks and Recreation to see if we could have the dedication fee for the alternative compliance landscaping plan be dedicated to a specific park. We did discuss that with Parks, and so the revised language for condition 10 is in red, and that reads, the applicant shall provide a payment of $7,030 to the Parks and Recreation Department for the recommended use at the Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park site at the time of the site improvement permit. And with that, the City Plan Commission did recommend approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Cameron's Park is the one to the east of St. Luke's across Warnell Road, or Broadway, excuse me.
It's not across, it's immediately adjacent to the site. So I can pull that up actually.
Thank you.
So having heard your presentation, maybe you can give me a little bit more context on CPC's recommendation.
Yes, 1 second. Great. Okay. Dang. Yeah. All right, it is. So this is Dr. Jeremiah Cameron
that one.
Park.
Understood. Thank
Yep.
you. All right, and Mr. Ventura, you have a question?
Yeah, I was just saying, so having heard your presentation from all three of you, I just wanted to see if there's a little bit more context behind CPC's recommendation for approval.
So the City Plan Commission was also concerned with the proposed permanent date of the proposed parking area. However, after discussing the timing of the special use permit and hearing from the applicant regarding potential plans for a future overhaul on the campus for St. Luke's and potential redevelopment for a few of their sites. And I think those were the two main, knowing that there might be future development and a shorter expiration date also led to their recommendation of approval with conditions.
Okay, so the applicant will probably address this, but essentially because they believe that it's a temporary parking lot.
All right, any other questions of staff? Mr. March, tell us why we should approve your request today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Once again, I'm Aaron March with the Rouse Fretz White Cost Law Firm here today on behalf of the applicant, St. Luke's of Kansas City. With me to my right is Mr. Well, why don't you introduce yourself, Matt?
I'm Matt Hansen, Director of Real Estate for St. Luke's Hospital.
And we also have online our project engineer, Mr. Matt Eblin with McClure Engineering, should you have any technical engineering questions. We do have a presentation that I should have given to staff earlier. I'm hoping it's loaded. Let me start by.
That'll be admitted as exhibit number 11, Aaron.
Thank you very much. Exhibit 11. Next slide, please. Staff's already identified the location of the building. Many of you know this as the Embassy Suites Hotel, and many times people refer to it as the Pink Hotel by the Plaza. It hasn't been pink for a while, but it's always been on property that's been owned by the hospital. Unfortunately, 6 months ago, the hotel gave us the keys. They said, here, take this hotel. We weren't expecting that to happen, so we're not hotel operators. The garage is in sore and more likely than not unsafe condition, but I don't want to get too terribly specific on that. And we have a demolition permit and that building is being demolished right now. So the question is, what do we do short term for this site when we didn't know we were going to do anything with it until 6 months ago. We have never asked for, permanent long-term parking on here. We've asked 10 years initially, then reduced it to 5. The Planning Commission asked us if we would reduce it to 3, give us enough time to figure out our plan and submit a master plan. And we said, fine, that's fine. We're happy with the 3 years. So this is a temporary use of the property to provide us with parking that we sorely need until we maybe build parking garages on property that we own. I'll get to it in a minute, but I'll talk about the master plan that the hospital is undertaking. This hotel opened in 1977. Next slide, please. So again, we're here today asking your approval of the special use permit, subject to all of the conditions of approval of the Planning Commission as modified by the Planning Commission. We have to make that parkland payment. We're very delighted that the recommendation was made that it goes to the park next to us as opposed to someplace else. And again, only for 3 years. Where we have a disagreement, and I'm not going to beat up the point, but I've got to make a record. We don't know that variances are needed. We have disagreement of where the park and boulevard is versus parkway, what applies, what doesn't apply. Should you think that all of the rules as set up by staff apply and we have to get all the variances, that's fine. We don't have an issue with you granting us those variances. We just don't know that they're really needed. But I want to take the moment and put St. Luke's Hospital of Kansas City in context, because a lot of people, when you go to the hospital, if you do go to St. Luke's, you're there for a reason. Hopefully it's a good reason. A baby is born. Oftentimes it's for a lesser than good reason, but you don't take a minute to understand or appreciate that St. Luke's Hospital of Kansas City is the largest private employer in Kansas City. We have over 3,600 employees. They've got to park somewhere. Sometimes they park in front of my house, which is 3 blocks away. That's okay. I live in the neighborhood and it's fine. I like having doctors and nurses nearby in case something happens. 460 staff beds, almost 6,000 outpatient surgeries, 20,000 admissions, almost 40,000 emergency department visits, 1,900 babies delivered, and millions of dollars in charitable service throughout the community. And what isn't also appreciated is that over $250 million has been spent within the hospital facility itself to upgrade it, to maintain it, and to improve it. But in addition to that, the next slides, St. Luke's has been a redeveloper and improver of the environment within which it exists today. It took title to a number of dilapidated and vacant properties in the Plaza Westport neighborhood. 43 of those were either demolished and turned into new homes or were renovated. 20 new multifamily units were renovated, and they facilitated the construction of over 280 multifamily units and a $65 million investment in the area. Over 1 million miles of, 1 mile of sidewalks. So there's a incredibly dynamic and exciting neighborhood that exists because of St. Luke's commitment to the neighborhood. If you're just passing through, you may just see sidewalks, you may just see parking lots. That's not the neighborhood that St. Luke's has created.
Does St. Luke still own the neighborhood?
Sorry?
Does St. Luke still own the neighborhood you're talking about?
No, the Plaza Westport neighborhood is the neighborhood within which the hospital exists. It's the neighborhood to the west and to the south. So it's part of that neighborhood, from Bishop Spencer Place over at Madison, Southwest Traffic Way going north. That's part of the Bishop Spencer campus, and the homes within. There's single-family homes within a block of mine that are there because St. Luke's made the investment.
So you're talking about those homes were built because St. Luke's exists, not that St. Luke's was involved in the building
No,
of those
they
homes.
owned the land.
Okay, so
They
do
were
own them.
dilapidated in some regards. Some of them simply needed renovation. Others were torn down and new houses built. Mr. Chairman, you may recall I came back here, there were 23 or 27 variances for some of those houses. They were given permits, they were built, and the front staircases were too big. We came back in. St. Luke's paid for those variances, even though those houses had all been sold owner occupied. So it isn't just, they have been a developer for within the community to shore it up, to stabilize it and improve it. The existing St. Luke's master plan that you see here doesn't include the Embassy Suites Hotel because we didn't own it and didn't plan on it. And as I mentioned 6 months ago, it was given back to us. Coincidentally, St. Luke's is embarking on a 12 to 8 month comprehensive master plan update, which will cause us to come back to the city for approval of a master development plan. We don't know what it's going to contain. Is it all hospital buildings? Is it office buildings? Is it multifamily? Is it neighborhood support retail? We don't know, but it is a true master planning undertaking where the neighborhood will be engaged. Urban planners are being retained. It's not just what works for us, it's what works for everybody. And that will include the Embassy Suite site. I can't stand here before you today and say that's going to be the first building built in 4 years, but I can tell you that by the time the SUP expires or earlier, we will have come before the city with a master plan showing what will take place on that site and when we believe it will take place. It's our position, and this is technical in nature. Again, if you believe that I'm wrong and staff's right, I understand, you'll grant the variances, but we believe the Boulevard and Parkway standards simply don't apply. The parking use has existed on this site since well before the adoption of the Boulevard standards in 2015. It's our belief that the property is adjacent to a park and not street right-of-way. And because parking has existed there today, before the Boulevard standards, it's grandfathered and non-conforming. Digging in a little bit of history on the dedication of the land in 1908, it wasn't dedicated as right-of-way. It was dedicated as public parkway. I don't know what that means. What I do know is on the map of dedication that staff showed you is there's a distinction between parkway, park space, roadway, and roadway. So could it conceivably be land to be used for public parkway? I believe that was intended, but we're not sure. But what we do know is what Broadway is today. In 1989, Broadway was classified by ordinance of the city council, designating it as a boulevard. So boulevards are designated by ordinance of having 100 feet of right-of-way. We believe that Broadway Boulevard right-of-way is limited to that 100 feet, not the more than 300 feet, which is the entire area of the land that was dedicated in 1908. In 2008, there was the formal dedication by the Parks and Department of the Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park. And it wasn't just that one time that the council designated Broadway. It did it again in 2011 and 8 times since, specifically classifying Broadway as the boulevard from West 31st Street to 43rd Street with 100 feet of right-of-way. The boulevard and parkway standards adopted regulate land within 100 feet of a parkway and a boulevard. Our suggestion is that the Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park is in fact a park and not right-of-way. Next slide. Thank you. This is the provision from the city ordinance regarding where the parks and boulevard and parkway standards apply. And I'll just read the first sentence. Boulevard and parkway standards apply to property adjacent to and within 150 feet of boulevards and parkways, not parks. We believe we're next to a park and not a parkway or a boulevard. Next slide, please. I won't belabor this point about the definition of a boulevard and the 100 feet of right-of-way, but if you go to the next slide, these are the official maps for the Midtown Plaza area plan. It shows the Dr. Jeremiah Cameron as a park. Next slide is the Midtown Plaza area plan future land use. Circled in green is the area for the Dr. Jeremiah Park. On the next slide, we've got the information updated from Parks and Recreation Materials calling Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park a park, not roadway, not right-of-way, not a boulevard, but a park. And again, by ordinance, only Broadway Boulevard is designated as 100 feet of right-of-way. If you pull up on Parcel Viewer, the city's official website, to find out what's going on property, this is that slide, and it doesn't show, this is showing the right-of-way. There is no right-of-way called out at all for Broadway Boulevard. It's just missing, even though the comprehensive plan, the major street plan calls it as 100 feet. But if you pull up the next slide, it shows the boundaries of the park. Everything outlined in green is that land that was dedicated in 1908. So either it's a park or it's not a park. It can't be a park and right-of-way all at the same time, and we know the right-of-way is limited to 100 feet.
And have you found any Missouri statutes that address this or county statutes? Because everything you're citing is city ordinances.
City ordinances control in this case. City ordinances control how you accept property, and it was accepted by an ordinance in 1908, and then multiple times since. The specific area of Broadway Boulevard has been declared to be 100 feet of right-of-way by ordinance. So in 1908, we don't know how it came in. I don't know what those words mean, but it doesn't really matter because we know what the council has done at least 12 times since. It's designated Broadway as 100 feet of right-of-way. We also know that the surface parking all around this property has existed since 1976, 77, when the hotel was built. This is next slide. This is a view of looking west, and you can see the improvements that are being made to Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park. This is a massive undertaking by the city to deal with stormwater in the area. It actually starts all the way back up at the Sunfresh parking lot in Westport. There's a major hole being built to take that stormwater, and there was a major hole built here to accept a vault for stormwater. And this is an amazingly beautiful undertaking when it's finished. Next slide. This is a view looking to the northwest at the park, and you can see the grand staircase and the enormous retaining walls. When we were developing our plan for the parking lot, we didn't know that there was going to be this massive retaining wall, but the massive retaining wall hides the existing parking. You simply won't be able to see it. Next slide. This is a close-up of that retaining wall. You see the shorter retaining wall? That's all we thought was going to be there. And then the much, much bigger one. And tucked in behind it is where the parking's going to be. Next slide. There's an awful lot of traffic that comes and goes at this intersection. Vehicles are the natural state, if you will, even with this building boarded up. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Vehicular areas have existed since the hotel was built. You've got the portico share driveway. That's there, and the parking would be all around this building. Next slide. This is, you see 3 retaining walls. The closest retaining wall is our property line. Then you see the shorter one and then the taller one. We can't do landscaping on that retaining wall, and that retaining wall holds up not only the park property, but it wraps around, it holds up Mill Street that's above us. So we can't take that out. That's why we've asked for an alternative compliance for the landscaping, because it can't go here. Next slide. You're starting to see the wrapping around of the retaining wall to our northern property line. Behind that tall wall, well, now to the left, is Mill Street right of way. And this is that retaining wall that we're asking for alternative compliance. Next slide. This is more surface parking that exists today behind the hotel. Next slide. This is the west property line where we will be putting in more landscaping, surface parking above, but again, parking driveways everywhere that exists today. Next slide. This is the St. Luke's parking lot that exists today. The surface parking is below this and to the left. And this is a view looking to the northeast. Again, you see the portico share and the driveway in front of the existing Embassy Suites. The next slide is the site plan. It shows how our parking lot's going to sit in context with what we then understood to be the plan for improvement here. By tearing down the Embassy Suites Hotel and building this parking lot, we're actually going to be increasing the amount of green space over what's there today with the additional landscaping and traffic islands. Next slide. This is a view from, if you're standing in the the southbound lane of Broadway, looking across, you can't see our parking lot. Next slide. Aerial view looking into the site. Next slide. The view of the completed Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park. Next slide. This is a view looking to the northeast into our site. Next slide, I'll run through really quickly. Staff's position is that the boulevard right-of-way is 330 feet. We agree that 330 feet is the amount of parkway that was dedicated in 1908. We don't know what that means. And we also understand that if we were within 150 feet of the boulevard or parkway, we would have to comply. Staff's interpretation is that the only way to have parking here is if you have a building. Well, Section 88-323-02B1 says parking located on the side of the building. Well, we have no building, therefore this provision doesn't apply. It doesn't say a building, it says the building. Section 88-323-02B3, no more than 30% of a site's frontage adjacent to a boulevard or parkway may be used for vehicular use area. We already use this area for vehicular use. We're grandfathered. And again, we're adjacent to park land, not right of way. Next slide. This is the variance slide that staff says we need. Since there's no building, staff says we have to get a complete variance to allow parking anywhere within 150 feet of our property line, which staff says is right of way, and that we need an additional variance for the area within 30 feet. We can skip over the next 2 slides. And this is our position. No variance is required because the land isn't right-of-way, it's parked land. And the area that is within 150 feet of the right-of-way is existing parking today. So it is grandfathered and non-conforming. Our request is that you approve a special use permit with all of the conditions as modified, limitation of 3 years on the special use permit, with the funds going to improve the parkland. We will be back within that time frame for planning commission and/or council review and approval of our master plan. If you do believe that the variances are needed, or if you believe in belt and suspenders and want to grant the variances anyway, that'd be okay, as set out in the staff report. I, Matt Hansen or Mr. Eblin are available to answer any questions which you might have. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
I have a question for city staff. I understand the city is not represented by legal counsel today, so you may not have the complete answer for me. But what is the city's position on this Boulevard Parkway right-of-way situation?
We believe that the boulevard is those blue lines that I showed, that is the extent of the right-of-way. So it's similar to what we saw at your last meeting with the Notre Dame High School, where the parkway, where the boulevard was immediately adjacent to the property. And so we think that right-of-way is pretty much the eastern property line as well.
Angela has her hand raised online.
Yeah, I met with our attorney, Mark Jones, and we went over this documentation. We looked at the boundaries, and he said the boundary is what it is on that was shown. So the that western boundary line is the right of way for the boulevard.
I would note we didn't adopt a major street plan until the 1970s.
Well, and I think we had a Boulevard case come before us recently, right, with the apple picking people. And there was a question of whether or not that land was adjacent to the boulevard, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Question for the two Matts.
Yes.
I imagine this parking lot's going to be $50,000 to $100,000 to construct. Why not just leave it green for those couple years as opposed to investing in that area?
A couple of different reasons. One, we need parking for the hospital. We do have staff that parks on Warnell Road, that parks on the vacated 42nd Terrace. Some staff members and hospital users park in the neighborhood. So we do have a deficiency of parking. So we would like to create a short-term fix on that. We also know that as we move forward with our master plan, we will develop the parking lots north of 43rd Street, and we'll need to put those cars someplace else. And instead of putting them on the streets or in the neighborhood, we want to have a parking lot ready to go when we do that work.
Okay. Seems kind of silly to me, but I'm just one person.
And did St. Luke's not have any choice and the hotel had to be demolished? Is that what I'm understanding?
The hotel did not have to be demolished. We studied extensively other uses, other opportunities, senior living, conversion to apartments. It was kind of based off of those studies that we found that the building is functionally obsolete and that its design as a 1970s style hotel was not reasonable to spend the money to convert it for something that we feel would last for an appropriate amount of time.
I'm actually watching you guys demolish this from my office. I have a direct view to watch this hotel be demolished, and I'd be curious as to why and what's been happening. I hear the city's concern about it conforming with plan that is out there, and I share, I think, Mr. Ebbett's concern, perhaps. Yeah. While understanding that this is temporary. So I guess to understand, I know that you can't give us specifics currently, but is St. Luke's committed to building some sort of long-term parking solution to address your parking issues? And when and if that happens, I know you don't have specifics for us, but what is kind of the idea of what you guys will be doing with these empty lots to conform more with the city's plan?
So we're engaged in final negotiations right now with a master planning consultant. That consultant is going to help us with facility master planning, so the planning within the hospital itself, as well as urban design planning to help us with the layout and future use of the entire campus. So we won't have any specifics until that point in time. What I can point out is that in the 2009 master plan, that was kind of previously presented as a slide here. Structured parking was included in the future redevelopment there. You know, we did not own all of the parcels in order to kind of effectuate that master plan, and did not until December of this year acquire the last piece of property. So even putting the 2009 master plan into place until recently has not been possible. But going back even to that plan, we have structured parking planned. We have, you know, thousands of structured parking spaces today. So we are not opposed to having structured parking. We know that in an urban environment, you have to have that. Most of the surface parking we have today is not the highest and best use of the land that's there. We understand that. The land in that part of the city is too valuable to be long-term surface parking. It's really, you know, St. Luke's is a 150-year-old entity. We've been in this location for over 100 years now. We don't move terribly quickly. But you can tell, you know, with the 250 million invested in that location alone over the last 10 years, there's obviously a considerable interest in building and maintaining that hospital. Most of that over the last decade has gone within the four walls. Now we are ready, as we move forward with this next master plan, to push that out into the community, to restitch the urban fabric of the neighborhood that for so long has kind of been undone. And we feel like we've got a lot of positives. We also feel that even though a surface parking lot doesn't create more street traffic, having that property in use as a parking lot, as opposed to just a vacant lot, for the next several years is a benefit to the city. We find that in our surface parking lots, there's less loitering, there are less opportunities for crime. We do find that there is, you know, refuse and loitering on some of the vacant lots that we have. So we feel that it would be to the city's betterment, crime reduction, to have that in use as an improved parking lot, even though it would just be for a temporary period of time.
Well, that's probably conservative on my $50,000 to $100,000 more. I'm thinking about it's more to 300 to 500 probably, but that's not for me to say.
Yeah, I just, you know, I understand the city's position that it's taken a very stringent position on surface level parking. With the new adoption of the urban core change to surface parking, I think the city has made its position very clear. But, you know, from what I'm understanding, and I'm just one board member, but from what I'm understanding, we are getting a commitment of sorts from St. Luke's to ensure that in the future, there's not going to be surface parking in these areas, or it will be significantly lowered. And you are going to have to come back before the board in a couple of years with a plan.
Because I'm not in favor of renewing it in 3 years.
No.
Good.
I have a motion.
You haven't taken public testimony.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We need to hear from, yeah, we're not done yet. Amelia, why don't you come up and tell us, and
Thank
again,
you.
is this similar to your comments right here?
Yes, and I will be brief.
Hold on just for a second. If this wasn't admitted, this would be exhibit number 12. Thank you. Go ahead.
Correct. I appreciate that being admitted into evidence. It was notarized. Again, Amelia McIntyre representing Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. And we supported the staff's recommendation to deny before the CPC. As a part of the CPC hearings, we heard St. Luke's commit to do a master development plan our neighborhood has significant concerns about the demolition of properties and the lack of construction of even housing for their employees or other structures to support their health systems, but we have significant vacant ground with not even surface parking lots. We also have surface parking lots that resulted upon the demolition of the 3 remaining Steptoe homes at now Steptoe, which was formerly 43rd Terrace in Pennsylvania. So we see a pattern that we do not like. However, if it is an interim use for parking, there is demand for street parking in this area. And we are most concerned about the applicant's argument that Boulevard and Parkway standards do not apply. That is our most significant concern because that would also apply to construction of a future building. We believe they're setting a precedent for that argument to be made. We support staff in their contention, and I believe valid statement that the Parkway goes all the way to the eastern property line of the Embassy Suites Estates. That is our strongest position. We have, I have before you the certificate from the city clerk for ordinance number 39145. I don't think it is as ambiguous as what Mr. March is saying, because it says this: a public parkway be and the same is hereby opened and established in the Westport Park District in Kansas City, Jackson County, comprising including the following described property. And that is the map that is attached to our testimony and that was provided by staff. We want that to be clearly stated that this is the boulevard standards, and we don't have objection to the variances being granted because that recognizes that the boulevard and parkway standards apply. And if this should be Exhibit 13, this is a certified copy of that ordinance. It's the same as was in staff's.
That to Sarah.
Yeah, so the certified copy, I think, is in order. For the record, if this gets challenged for whatever reason.
Admitted as Exhibit 13, continue.
So our requests are that the BZA uphold the staff's determination that the boulevard and parkway standards apply to the parking lot site, this Embassy Suites site, as being within 150 feet of Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park. Just because you name an area within a parkway doesn't take it out of the parkway. And that's an important distinction. That's the same is true for the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, which is across the way to the east. That's still part of the parkway. If you do recommend the SUP, then limiting it to 3 years is important because we have a commitment orally that they're coming back with a master plan. We have been promised that as a neighborhood over the years. And that's a concern because we want to see a revitalization and investment in the neighborhood. And condition number 10, we understand, is to be amended to apply it to Dr. Jeremiah Cameron Park. As previously stated, there is a major investment by the city under that underground stormwater detention facility, and this will really enhance and make a statement. The wall that is so beautiful took testimony at the planning sessions for the restoration of that park from former residents of the Steptoe neighborhood, Plaza Westport, and St. Luke's itself was there, recognizing that that wall is in essence a tribute to Miss June's wall that was at 43rd now Terrace, now Steptoe in Pennsylvania, that was so important to that neighborhood. So we appreciate they've cooperated in terms of providing in the future, as this project is going to be stalled for the FIFA World Cup, they provided ground for storage of construction materials. So we appreciate what they do to help that park get to the status that it is now. Thank you
Very much, Amelia. I appreciate your testimony and your comments. And Amelia, since Barnes and Luke's merged, I have a feeling there's development from the Mama Hospital in St. Louis to oversee and develop this area for their benefit as well as Kansas City's benefit.
I agree wholeheartedly that this parking, and I have it in the testimony, I won't repeat it here, but calling this an accessory parking lot, they can't share it because of the definition. I believe that definition needs to be changed because this is in a block from the streetcar line.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, board members, do we have any other testimony, public? No other hands raised? All right. Somebody had a motion, I heard.
I have a motion. So there's a little bit of some qualifications in here. So if the members agree, so adopting the city's position on the definition of the boulevard, and the city's position on the application of the relevant ordinances. The motion is to approve the special use permit subject to the conditions in the staff report with a 3-year renewal, and to approve the variances requested so that this project conforms with the boulevard standards. In accordance with the staff report and site plan.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Gorens? Wright?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
Ventura?
Aye.
Ebbets?
Aye. Project is approved. Good luck with it. I'll look forward to seeing some nice asphalt there in about 6 months.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we've got a few more cases to go.
Do you want to take a break or you want to keep going?
I would love to press on.
Okay.
Staff, are you okay? What? Okay.
5 minutes?
Can we take a 5-minute?
5 minutes?
Yeah.
3 o'clock?
3 o'clock sounds great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you.
Hey, recording stop, somebody? Alec? Thank you. All right, after a quick break, Sarah, where are we at?
We are at docket item number 22. It's case CD BZA 2026-40, a request to appeal a notice of violation related to a used auto sales use on about 0.85 acres, generally located at 3901 North Wayne Street. Larissa Chambi is the staff planner on this case, and we have the applicant here. If you're a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online. And there are no hands raised.
Great. Gentlemen, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I do. And for the record, my name is John Rowe, attorney with the Rowe Law Firm. Address is 4444 North Bellevue Avenue, Kansas City.
Great.
I do. My name is Randall Robb. My address is 5500 North Oak, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Robb. I imagine Mr. Rowe is going to be speaking on the case today. And Mr. Rowe, there are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 that we'd like to admit for your case today. Do you have any problem with those exhibits? And do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes, no objection. And yes, permission for admission into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Larissa Chambi to your left. Go ahead.
Okay. Right, this is an appeal of a notice of violation related to a used auto sales use for Prestige Auto Gallery at 3901 North Wayne Avenue. This is the subject location, and since my arrow just happened to be right on that huge I-29 badge, I did just zoom in just a little bit, so it is to the west of I-29 between Gladstone and North Kansas City. And then here's an aerial of the site. So just a bit of history for the site. CD BZA 2022-00114 was a request for a rehearing of an appeal of staff's determination related to property violations about 2 pole signs on the subject site. The rehearing was approved, and then the 2 pole signs were allowed to continue to be used so a new tenant could move on to the site. Staff's presentation and the staff report at the time did include information regarding an empty building, for rent sign in the building's window. The gate to the parking lot was closed, and there were various uses on the site that didn't quite align with the sign that was on the property at the time. At the October 11th of 2022 Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting, city staff did confirm that a special use permit is required for outdoor auto sales and that no permit had been applied for. And then again, that property had 2 advertising pole signs on the premises, advertising businesses that were no longer available on the property and were also in disrepair. And so that's where the notice of violation for those 2 non-conforming on-site advertising pole signs were issued March 14th of 2018. And just some photos from that appeal, just showing the various topics that I just mentioned and the pole signs in question. And so this is the disposition letter from that case that says an appeal of city staff's determination related to multiple zoning violations regarding pole signs was approved at the 2023 hearing. And so then just some additional information since then. There was an additional notice of violation for a banner sign in a B3-2 zoning district. That was abated. Those signs are no longer on the site. And then ZDC 2026-0006 is the notice of violation that we are appealing here today. And so here is the notice of violation for the used auto sales in a district zoned B-3 without a special use permit. And that was sent the 25th of February, of 2026. And so here are current inspection photos from 2026 showing store hours and then cars that are parked with the Prestige Auto Gallery logo for sale on the site. And so just going into that use discussion, Before we adopted Chapter 88, we had Chapter 80, where it allowed automobile or trailer sales agencies and trailer or used car sale lots by right in certain zoning districts, and those correlate with the B3 zoning district. And then once we adopted the code, I did find our use table from the 2012 Zoning and Development Code, and that lists light equipment sales and rental outdoor as requiring a special use permit in the B3 district. And then again, we updated our zoning and development code recently to allow to take out vehicle sales used and create its own category. And that also requires a special use permit in the B3 district. And so going through the use or the loss of the non-conforming status for the site, the applicant did state that the site has been in continuous use for the used car sales on this lot. Based on what occurred and what was discussed in the previous appeal in 2022 regarding the various uses and the closed buildings. That use has not been maintained in the structure for a period of 12 months or more. And the property, criteria G, the property has or use has failed to comply with city ordinances. The requirement for a special use permit has been required since we adopted our zoning and development code. And so that requirement still applies to this property. And then staff did look for future or for submitted plans. There is no special use permit that has been applied for on the property for outdoor used auto sales. And then there's no official business licenses that have been issued for this tenant or previous tenants that are attached to the parcel. And so just some key points. The previous appeal was only for the pole signs, and that was approved, and it was not for the use on the site. And then per section 88610 04D, that should a use or a structure not be continuously in use or if it has failed to comply with city ordinances, the use loses its nonconformity. And so since there is no evidence that staff could find of business licenses or special use permit approvals or applications, this use is not legally nonconforming on the site. And so that does end my presentation, and I can answer any questions if you have them.
Board members, any questions of staff? Go ahead, sir.
Kansas City have a moratorium on used car dealers?
I don't know if we had a moratorium, but we did just update the ordinance so that we could have standards for outdoor used vehicle sales and adjust where they're allowed.
It's a special use permit now for used autos, but there was not a moratorium.
So just so I understand, forgive me if you explain this right. I heard appeal and then I've heard special use permit and some different things talked about. What exactly is it that we're being asked vote on?
So today's application is an appeal of a notice of violation for a used car sales or used vehicular sales in a B3 zoning district without the special use permit.
And so what happens if we vote to grant the appeal?
If you grant the appeal, then the notice of violation would have to, we would have to close that case with regard to the notice of violation.
Okay, because it would essentially be saying that the notice of violation
Was an
issued
error.
improperly. Got it. Cool. That's clear now. Thank you.
The comments? Mr. Rowe.
Yes, and I think I'll start there with that answer to that question. That is exactly what this appeal is saying, is that the notice of violation was issued improperly. And the short reason, and what our presentation is tailored around, is because the use at the subject property as used auto sales was lawfully established there prior to the time that the zoning regulations changed that now require a special use permit. So let me first introduce the gentleman to my right. This is Randall Robb. He is the president of Thistle Hill Development, Inc. Thistle Hill Development, Inc. is the owner of the property at 3901 North Wayne Avenue. That's the subject property. And his company has owned that property for 20 years. So I turned in some additional exhibits, paper copies to each of you and electronic copy to the staff planner so that the board member appearing virtually can see that. But I just wanted you to have a copy of the deed so that you can see that the deed from our seller to Thistle Hill Development Company is May 26th, 2006. So just short of 20 years of ownership by this particular owner. For the 20 years that Thistle Hill has owned the property, between 2006 and about 2011, Mr. Robb operated a used car sales lot at this location. The person that he bought the property from had operated a used car sales lot at that property since 1996. A second document that I have turned in the paper copies that I've given to you is the affidavit of J. Michael Hennessy. Mr. Hennessy's affidavit confirms that he and his wife had an LLC called M&G Enterprises LLC, which, as you will note, is the grantor under the deed to Thistle Hill. So M&G owned the property, and Mr. Hennessy established the auto sales, used auto sales use at the property back in 1996. In fact, he says, as a result of my LLC's ownership of the subject property, I'm familiar with the subject property and its use during my period of ownership. And I'm familiar with the use of the subject property immediately after my sale in May of 2006, as I saw the use that my buyer made of the subject property. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I think there's a couple that I want to point out. Paragraph 5 of his affidavit. In purchasing the subject property, my intent was to have an automobile used car sales lot at the subject property with repair inside the existing building. One of the things that attracted me to the subject property was its direct access to and from I-29. When I purchased the subject property, there were pole signs at the subject property. These sign poles are the same sign poles that are currently at the subject property. When I purchased the property, I had the sign company obtain the necessary permits and approvals for those signs, and the signs are there at the subject property today. 6, prior to my purchase of the subject property, I did my due diligence and checked the zoning of the subject property and verified that my intended use of the subject property was allowed by the zoning. 7, to the best of recollection, at or about the time of my purchase, I sought and received a business license from the City of Kansas City for my use at the subject property. 8, a little bit of zoning information that I think is going to be relevant here as I move through the presentation. During my ownership of the subject property, it was zoned for commercial use. During my ownership, I did not seek a change in zoning for the subject property, and the zoning of the subject property was not changed. 9, during my ownership of the subject property, the use at the subject property was vehicle sales and service. In short, during my ownership of the subject property, an automobile used car sales lot was operated there by me. In addition, I provided repair services in the building at the subject property. 10, during my ownership of the subject property, the automobile used car sales and service use was continuous, and there was not a period during my ownership when that use was interrupted or not operating at the subject property. And then paragraphs 11 through the end basically are talking about the buyer. That's Thistle Hill with me here today. He sold it to Thistle Hill, and his deed is dated in May of 2006. And so, by the way, as we move through this, I'm asking Mr. Chairman so far that the deed be made part as an exhibit in the record, and the affidavit of Mr. Hennessy be made an exhibit, a part of the record.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Exhibits 12 and 13.
The there was a lot of information from the staff about a prior case. I just want to be sure we're clear on the record that there's nothing in this particular appeal that has to do with the pole signs. The board dealt with that issue back in 2022. And I think the only relevant thing about that particular case is that that would have been a time when the city could have raised this issue about operating a used car lot without a special use permit, and it was not. In fact, the only thing that was raised is the non-conforming status of the poles has been abandoned. We appealed that decision. This board, by unanimous vote, upheld our appeal. So whether it amounts to anecdotal evidence or not, the point I'm trying to make is 10 years of ownership from 96 to 06, this special use permit issue didn't come up. The 20 years that Mr. Robb has owned the property, so from 2006 to now, it didn't come up until just, I think the testimony was February, that notice of violation. The notice of violation is dated February 25th, 2026. First time it's come up.
Sorry.
It didn't come up during, excuse me.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to make sure I understand city's position based on what you're saying. Why, to his point, I guess, just to kind of get this out of the way, why is it that this has come up now?
I can check my notes, but there was an investigation, and that's when we saw that there was a new use with those pictures for the used car sales.
Okay.
So that was brought up, and I have to double check to see if it came up via a complaint or a just a regular inspection.
So something triggered
Correct.
an inspection. The inspection was done. It was deemed that it was
Not in
not in
compliance.
compliance. So, sorry, is it the city's position that it was in compliance at one point and it abandoned that use because it wasn't continuous?
Correct. That's what occurred in the 2022 case. And then when we went back, that the use now is operating without a special use permit.
Okay, so at what point does the city believe that the use was abandoned? Do you have a position on that?
I believe it would be the 2022. During that time period, there were discussions about the building being closed and then just different uses operating on the site that weren't used car sales. And then, so if you change your use, then the used car sales is no longer operating continuously, so then it loses its nonconformity.
Okay, so there's no dispute then that prior to 2022, it was being used as a car sales
And
property.
And we also don't have the business licenses from prior to 2022 showing that it was a legally established used car sales.
I could jump in there. I know my presentation got interrupted there.
No,
One
I
of the-
just want to make sure I understand city's position so I can make sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
This is a little out of order, but one of my other exhibits is a copy of the business license issued by Kansas City. It's in the papers that I've turned in. 2022 from when we were here in front of this board in 2022, the tenant was an entity called CarHop. And CarHop testified at that hearing. CarHop got a business license from Kansas City. So again, if a special use permit was required, why was the business license issued? So I kind of jumped ahead. I'd like to have the copy of the CarHop business license from 2022 admitted into the record, Mr. Chairman.
That'll be exhibit 14.
Okay. So back to kind of where I was, 1996 to 2006, we have the affidavit of the prior owner. He established and operated a used car sales lot there.
How did he establish that?
Well, according to his affidavit, he checked the zoning
And he
determined that
right.
his use was allowed under the zoning, and then he put the use there.
Okay, so by right.
Yes, and that's an important point that I was getting to. So this is a permitted by right use in that zoning district. Mr. Robb continued that use. He himself operated a used car lot for 2006 to 2011. Starting in 2011, he became a landlord And there have been a series of other used car tenants, operators there, one of which was Car Hop that came to the hearing with us in 2022. The pictures you're being shown today is the new tenant at the property. Car Hop is left, and a Prestige Auto Gallery, I think is their name, is now the tenant at the property.
And when did Prestige take over? When did he sign the lease with Mr. Rob?
It was in January of 25. There was no.
So
there was-
Car Hop was there in 2022, and at some point they vacated because it was an empty building according to the city's testimony.
Incorrect, but all.
And when did Car Hop leave? When did he stop paying rent?
Mid-January of 25, and I signed a new lease with Prestige in the same time frame. There was absolutely no gap because I knew what we went through with the sign. They would see the deem it abandoned. So we were careful that there was absolutely no gap in there at all between Car Hop and Prestige, our current tenant.
Yeah, so again, Car Hop vacated their lease in January 2025. Prestige took it over. Were there car sales happening in 2024, let's say from July through January of 2025, that would document Car Hop operating a legitimate business at that location?
I have a lease. Yes, I have.
Well, the lease doesn't tell me you had car sales.
Yes, Car Hop was there continuously. They never left.
Well, I don't think that's the question. The question is, were they operating a business?
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. They're a
so-
national company.
Okay, so I think the question is, can you provide us evidence of car sales for that time period?
I suppose you could give them the Department of Revenue that you have to turn in monthly sales figures. I know Car Hop had an active business selling buy here, pay here, used cars on that during that period of time. And the reason I know that because I have another building that's also in Kansas City. That's a full-time shop and needed continuous work for Car Hop. So they were obviously sad to see them leave, but they were there the whole
I
time.
appreciate your testimony. Again, my question to you, Mr. Rob, was, were they operating a used car business at that location, or are they just kind of giving up the ghost and waiting for their lease to expire?
No, they were there. In fact, they, if I could, the original lease, I believe it was 21 through 24, and then or maybe my years are off, and then they extended another year. So they stayed another year, and they just closed down operations in they had more than one location in Kansas City area. They closed all their Kansas City area locations, and I immediately rented the lot to Prestige. There was no gap at all.
And that would be Mr. Rob's testimony for the 20 years he's owned it. There's never been a 12-month period where there hasn't been used car sales operating, whether it's him or one of his tenants. It's been uninterrupted. So to move forward, because I know my time's running here, the notice of violation, which says that you're operating a used auto sales in a district zone B3 without a special use permit, that begs the question, because we knew the previous operator had established that use there, when did this special use permit requirement come into effect? So Kansas City has a code question email site where you can submit a code question. And so the next document in the packet that I had given to you, which is right before the business license, is a string of emails between myself and the code question people, which led me to the planning department and Genevieve Kahn-Smith. So I started out by asking the code question folks the following question. Dear sir or madam, I have a client who owns a piece of property on which a used auto sales lot is operated by a tenant. I see in the zoning and development code under vehicle sales and service, a use for light equipment sales, rental, outdoor, as being a special use in districts B2 and B3. Here is my question. When did the requirement that a used auto sales lot must have a special use permit in districts B2 and B3 first go into effect? In other words, was used auto sales a permitted use without a special use permit at some point? I see in the legislative history for Table 120-1 that the earliest ordinance referenced in that legislative history is ordinance number 100299, adopted June 10, 2010. In that ordinance, the old table 120-1 was removed and a new table 120-1 was adopted, which new table 120-1 in that ordinance shows light equipment sales rental to be a special use in districts B2 and B3. Does that mean the use did not require a special use permit prior to June 10, 2010, and was a permitted use in those zoning districts? Okay, the answer I got back was, good afternoon, I would reach out to the planning department for history on zoning practices. And they gave me the email address, which is the planner of the day that they call it. So I wrote that same email to the planner of the day, and the email I got back, March 12th, 2026, from Genevieve Kahn-Smith, is what I'd like to have admitted into the record. And Mr. Chairman, this is already attached to the staff report, but when I think when the staff scanned it in, the first page of this email got pulled ahead, so you don't have it. So that's why I'm providing another paper copy, so you have the first page.
Exhibit 15.
Okay. In this email, staff tells me, John, please see the information below in an attempt to address your questions. Okay, our property is currently zoned B3. Mr. Robb never changed the zoning on the property, and I read to you from the previous owner, he never changed the zoning on the property. That's important, because what the staff is telling me is that the current B3 district corresponds to what we used to call C2, CP3, GP2, or GP3. When the new code was adopted January 1 of 2011, we got some new nomenclature. So what we call B3 now used to be CP3 back then. So what the staff is telling me, under Chapter 80, which was the zoning code prior to 2011, the following were permitted by right in District CP2, automobile and trailer sales. That's what the staff's telling me in this email. And then District CP3 permitted all uses that were permitted in CP2. So we had a permitted use.
So, Mr. Rowe, I think what you're saying then is prior to January 1st, 2011, it was by right, correct?
Permitted by right.
Permitted by right, okay. So in order to appeal and be successful, you have to show that there has not been an abandonment since it was permitted by right. Are we in agreement on that?
That was the purpose of Mr. Hennessy's affidavit, and I've not had Mr. Robb testify yet under oath. That's how I'm showing that it has been continuous and uninterrupted for that period of
Okay,
time.
so I'm just one board member, but I think that I think there's a simple way to prove that it's been in continuous use, and that's with some car sales data. Very simply, if you can provide some, whether it be tax records or sales records for the period from 2000, any time period prior to 2011, January 1st, until today, then that would establish a continuous use, I think is
Right.
my
But
understanding.
But my beef is I want to see 20, 22, 23, and 24.
Well, that's what I mean. So if they can provide sales data
Right.
from any time prior to January 1st, 2011
Right.
to today, where there's not a 12-month gap between a sale, then that would establish continuous use. And so, you know, affidavits are great, but leases don't show that. Leases just show that someone was paying rent. That is not the operation of a business. And so I think unless you have here today sales data or tax revenue data that show that there's not a 12-month period, I think it would be reasonable to ask that you provide that, and that would solve this issue.
And I just have to ask a question. I'm not arguing the issue. If the notice of violation is merely you're operating a used car lot without a special use permit, then it seems to me the only thing we have to show is that we weren't required to have a special use permit. It seems to me we're kind of getting one step out of that lane.
So my understanding is that you don't need a special use permit if you have continuously been using the property since prior to the special use permit being required.
I think, I'm not to split hairs with you, if the city is accusing us of operating a used car lot without a special use permit, the only question is whether a special use permit is required or not.
And to answer that question, we have to know whether or not you've been continuously selling cars at that place and there has not been an abandonment. Because I don't think there's any dispute that if this was established prior to 2011, it was done by right. The question is now, has there ever been an abandonment of that right since that time?
Well,
Because if there has, then the city's position that it requires a special use permit is valid and
But see,
correct.
that would be a different notice of violation. See, that would be, what you're saying would be similar to why we were here in 2022. The city alleged an abandonment of the non-conforming status of the signs. We appealed that and were able to prove that we hadn't abandoned the signs, and this board unanimously agreed with our appeal. What you're saying is we have to establish that we've not abandoned our use. We haven't been accused of abandoning our use. We've just been accused of not having a special use permit for the use that's there.
Right. And the only reason why you would need a special use permit is if you had not established your use by right. And in order to decide whether or not you've established your use by right, we have to know whether or not you have been continuously using that property for that purpose since that time.
Except if you look at the second to last paragraph of this email from the staff, based on some of these similar uses being permitted in Chapter 80 and then requiring an SUP in Chapter 88, my assumption is the requirement changed with the adoption of Chapter 88, which then leads you to look at the Zoning and Development Code 88-25-03 titled Existing Uses. We fit into one of these three categories. When a use classified as a special use under this Zoning and Development Code exists as a special use or a permitted use on the effective dates specified in 88-1002, that's the January 1, 2011 date, and has been in continuous use since that date, such use will be considered a lawfully established special use. Or B, when any amendment to this Zoning and Development Code changes the classification of a permitted use to a special use, which kind of sounds like what happened back in this legislative history, any use lawfully established before such amendment will be considered a lawfully established special use if in continuous use after the effective date of such amendment. Or C, a lawfully established existing use that is not allowed as a special use or permitted use in the district in which the use is now located will be considered a non-conforming use and will be subject to all the applicable regulations of 88-610. So if we're being accused of operating used sales without a special use permit, the narrow issue is, were you required to have a special use permit? And the answer
I
is
think
no.
we're missing the point from
That could be.
from Mr. Ventura. We want, and again, I'll let Mr. Gorens ask this question. We're trying to establish that sales actually existed from 2011 till, we'll call it December 31st of 2025. Oh,
Get online and get that, but an occupational business license during the time of sailing.
no, he could have a license. He could have a car hop license, but if he didn't sell any cars, you still got a license. It's not too hard to get a business
It's
license.
legal then, once he got the business license.
Business license doesn't prove that you are
That you're
operating a business.
sales.
It just shows that you have a
Get
business license.
online, you can get his sales online.
Well, that's
Right.
that's for Mr. Rhoda to
Right.
demonstrate.
Right. And again, it's not an accusation. You're not being accused of anything. It's a zoning violation. So, this is not some criminal act that
No,
anyone's being
not at all.
accused of. This is simply a zoning violation. So I think either which way, all that is required, all that we're asking, whether it be regardless of the interpretation, whether yours or ours, even under your interpretation, my question would still be the same. Has it been continuously been in use since even 2022? So, and I think that's what Mr. Ebbets was asking at the beginning. So whether it be my question or his question, I think the question is if you could provide sales data to show that it's been in continuous use. That's all.
I haven't researched what the record retention requirements are. We're talking about going back 30 years for sales data?
No, simply asking for, at minimum, since 2022, but I think since 2010, because 2010 is when it would have been established by right. And so my question would be, when you establish it by right, assuming everything prior to 2010, your affidavit, okay, but from 2010 on, the zoning regulation changed. And so at that point, I think you should have to show continuous use since then. Mr. Ebbets is saying he is asking for 2022 moving forward because that's the last time you were before the board. I think, as you so clearly point out, the only issues before the board are very specific. So whether or not a special use permit was required back in 2022, I don't think, from what I understand, that was actually a question before the board. So the board couldn't exactly. So pointing to 2022 doesn't do it any good because the board did not evaluate whether or not a special use permit was necessary in 2022. The board merely answered the question of the issue that was before the board at the time. So that's why I'm asking for data from 2010 to now.
I understand the request. I just want to be clear on the record that I think the only issue before the board is whether a special use permit is required for this property. That's what the notice of violation says.
So
now, if the city wants to send a different notice of violation that you've abandoned your use or your use hasn't been continuous, then I think that's a different question.
I'm just one board member, but I don't understand why we would need to waste time with several different violations. If your interpretation is correct, then what you're asking us to do is to overturn this appeal, then send another notice of violation, then have another staff report done, and then have another set of hearings before the board. If you merely can show that a continuous use exists, then we're done. There's no more questions.
Mr. Robb is the property owner, would like to address the question.
If I could, sir.
Yes.
The reason I went back and got the affidavit from Mr. Hennessy, who I bought it from, because he bought it with the purpose of having a car lot, and he did continuously. When I bought it, one of my corporations ran it from the time I bought it, 06 to 11. At that time, I rented it to another used car lot, and there's always been a used car lot. Don't want to contradict the staff, but it's incorrect. There's never, ever been another use of that property since 1996 other than a used car lot. Never any other time at all. Now, not saying that between, I think, 10 years ago or 12 years ago, or maybe even 3 years ago, I don't know, prior to car hop for sure, there was never a gap, with maybe one or two exceptions. We might have 30 to 60 day gap between tenants. And the reason for that is used car lots are in high demand. As you know, they're hard to get. So anytime that lot went vacant, I immediately had a tenant for it. So it was never vacated, it was never abandoned, and it was never vacant for more than long it took to get the city license and the state license. And the issue that might come up with what you're asking for, and I don't think it will, but it takes the state a long time to issue a D tag. And so you can't operate a car lot without a D tag. And so that's difficult, but they're in demand. And believe me, with that prime location on I-29, it's never hard to rent. In fact, if I could rent 5 of them, I could rent them this afternoon.
I want to make clear, this is not an accusation that your affidavit is somehow not truthful. But the issue with your affidavit, I will tell you, is that your affidavit speaks to whether or not a lease existed from that time period, not whether or not sales existed. Whether or not one of your tenants was telling you the truth, was actually operating, that you don't know. You know that a lease existed with them. And so that is why the affidavit is not enough for that time period.
Well, I can tell you, I live near the lot and I drive by it. I think some of you members drive by it every day. And there's always been one there, and it's never been vacant. They operated, believe me, they wouldn't pay the rent without operating the business. And it's there all the time. And I would know as an owner, because I'm the one that gets if the weeds, not on this property, but on any other property, if the weeds get tall, the tenant's abandon or leave it for a month or two, I get the weed notice. Or if there's another trash accumulated, I get the notice. So if it was abandoned, believe me, I would know via the city violations alleged. So I mean, I will testify, and my sworn testimony is today that since I bought it in '06, there's never been any other type business on there, and it's never been vacant more than 30 to 60 days waiting to get the state license, not because it wasn't a tenant and not because there wasn't an operating business, but just waiting to get validity by the state. So, I mean, that's my sworn testimony. There's never been anything but a car lot since I've owned it in '06.
So again, not disputing that, Mr. Rob. What we're asking for are sales. Maybe with Mr. Rowe's assistance, you can try to go back to the state of Missouri, at least go back to 2020 and show continuous sales at that location for that period of time. Don't care who owned it, Car Hop, Bob Jones, don't care. Just what we want to see car sales. I think you can probably get that from MoDOT or Department of Revenue, excuse me.
If it's not privileged, I don't know whether that's public information or not, because I would only be entitled to it when I operated it, not when they operated it. So I don't know the answer to your question.
Could you have Mr. Gorant speak into the microphone?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was a car dealer since July 5th, 1975.
I need your help then.
I still own lots. I just leased one day. I just leased one.
Okay, so you can, it's, Mr. Gorns is saying that you can go back and get car sales.
Yes.
Okay.
Not unless they stopped it at 10 years or 5
Yeah,
years.
well, I mean, 5 years, they ought to go back at least 5 years.
That's what I meant about, I don't know what the record retention is on that. If they're available and we can get them, I don't know how far back I can go. I don't know if I can get them back as far as you're requesting, but I can find out.
If you can't get them that far back, then as long as we have a record that's as far back as records go, then that's fine. Because at least it's going to be at least 5 years.
Yeah, I
That's
would
the
think
minimum.
at least
is what I'm
5
gonna
years
say.
with computer,
Right.
computers.
Right.
So,
And that would put all of this, whether it be this issue or some other issue on special use permit to rest, because you will have established at that point continuous use since the time it was established by right.
Well, two things then. One, that was not something we saw coming today, so I don't have that data to give you today. And which leads to number two, we'd have to respectfully request that this case be set over to give us an opportunity to try and find that information.
of course. And so do you need a month and a half, Mr. Rowe? What do you think you need?
Well, not knowing what we're going to get into and understanding that we're probably going to be dealing with the state and they may not turn around as quickly as we are. Maybe we should be looking at maybe your first meeting in June.
Sure, that's June 10th, sir.
Be okay.
Okay.
If that's
That'd be
acceptable
great.
to you folks.
Yep. Motion on that, so we can move on.
And Mr. Chairman, not to interrupt, but just for the record, so I don't forget this between now and then, that last email that I was talking about, was that this was the one that
Number
has the first
15,
page?
sir.
That was admitted then?
Yes.
Okay,
number
I did.
15. It was.
I just want to be sure that got in.
On docket number 22, case number 00040, I move to continue the matter to June 10th.
I have a motion for Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Gorns,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. We'll see you on June 10th, and
Thank you.
thanks for your patience. We're not trying to fight with you, you know that. We just need to get
We
documents.
just want to do what we've been doing for 30 years.
I know. Thank you, Mr. Rob. All right, we've got 2 more cases to go,
We do.
and we've got a hard stop at 4. So let's try to maybe 4:05.
Docket item number 23 is case CD BZA 2026-45, a request to approve a variance to the maximum lot width in an infill residential district to permit a detached garage on about 0.34 acres, generally located at 5718 Tracy Avenue. Liz Collins is the staff planner for this case. I believe the applicant, Jacob Reynolds, is online. I'm going to promote you to panelist. You are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. You have Jacob Reynolds online. Please turn on your microphone and camera to be sworn. And that's the only hand raised online.
Let me get my camera.
There you go. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do along with your name and address.
I do. My name is Jacob Reynolds and I live at 5718 Tracy Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
Great. Sir, there are lists of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we'd like to admit for your case today. Those are standard exhibits. Do you have any questions on those, sir? Uh-oh, did I lose you?
No, I have no questions on those.
Okay, and do we have your permission to admit them?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. One of that is a presentation by Liz Collins. Liz, tell us about the case.
Okay. Before you today, we have docket item number 23, a CDBZA 2026 00045, which is located at 5718 Tracy Avenue, which is currently zoned R6. Apologies for the highlighted section. That is incorrect because I meant to go back and fix that, but obviously did not. But the applicant is seeking a variance to the maximum lot width standards for an infill residential context area to permit a accessory building on the property. So here's a general location of where the property is located at. And then taking a look at a closer look at the two sites in question actually. We have 5718, which is highlighted in yellow, and then 5716, which is the property directly north of it, which is currently vacant. So here's the proposed site plan for the detached garage that the applicant is hoping to build. As you can see in the plans, it is contingent on the two properties being able to be merged with an expanded lot width. But then if the variance is approved, the garage would go in the rear yard, and then there would be access to go into it from the side so that the garage door would not be facing the street. So. And then here are some photos of the current property from the front and an aerial view. And then here is a view from the back showing 5718 and 5716, as well as a rendering that the applicant has given us showing where the proposed accessory structure would go. So the variance request before you today is a variance of 35 feet to the infill lot and building standards of 75 feet to permit a 110-foot lot width on the subject site per the submitted site plan. So for the infill residential standards, it is based on the context area. The calculated maximum lot width per this context area is 75 feet. And so the variance would be of 35 feet, which results in a 46.7% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. If approved, this would be the largest lot on this block of Tracy Avenue. Additionally, there are no other detached garages of the sign seen within this neighborhood. The difficulty could technically be avoided with a change in design, as the garage design could be modified to fit within the existing lot lines of 5718. However, a garage of this size in the proposed location would not be permitted without a variance, as a accessory structure cannot be across lot lines, and the size of the garage is contingent on the combined square footage of the two properties. So looking at the variance review criteria, strict application of the zoning code does not result in any unique or unnecessary hardships for the applicant, as every other lot within the context area is subject to the required lot width range. And so the applicant noted that there were some other properties in the neighborhood with larger lot widths than what is typically allowed. However, none of these properties are within the context area of 5718 Tracy, which is just everything within 200 feet on the same side of the street. The applicant, however, was receptive to working with city staff to amend the original proposed plan to reduce the need for additional variances. So the lot width variance before you today is the only one that would be required for this project to go forward. Alternatives to avoid a variance were discussed. However, the applicant determined that the variance route would be best for them. The zoning variance is generally consistent with all relevant purposes and intents of the zoning and development code. The infill development standards are intended to ensure that development in established neighborhoods is generally consistent with the form, bulk, placement, and the scale of the existing residential buildings there. And review criteria C is that the zoning variance will result in substantial justice being done for both the public and the individual. Approval of this variance will allow the applicant to merge these two lots and build a detached garage in the rear yard of the combined property. However, approval of this variance will set a precedent for others and would also increase the minimum lot width for every lot within this context area. Denial will force the applicant to change their plans either by building a smaller garage on 5718 or looking for new opportunities to utilize 5716 Tracy. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. I'll take any questions.
Questions, anyone? So Liz, if they did a lot consolidation, would a variance still be needed if they'd already consolidated the lots?
Technically, if well, I'm trying to think. The lot consolidation process technically happens at the county. The deeds need to be recorded to the county and then it's taken back to us. I will go to Sarah for that.
Can you restate your question?
So if it's okay, so if he already had the lot consolidation, would he be, would they, the homeowner, be required to seek a variance from us today? He's kind of going backwards, whether he wants a variance and then he wants to consolidate the lots.
The variance is only for the lot width.
Yes.
No, yes.
Right.
So if they were already combined,
Yes.
no, he would not need a variance. I mean, assuming that nothing
Right.
else changed in the
Correct.
plans.
May I jump in briefly?
Go ahead, Mr. Reynolds, I think.
So I have talked to the county, and with all the property tax things going on, it was actually really smooth according to Jackson County, I was told that the lots are already considered one and are taxed as one property. But the city is different because I need to follow these, the context area lot width, which would be, like I said, like to combine both of my lots, it would be greater than what is currently allowed by Kansas City rules. Jackson County didn't have any of those rules, so they just passed it through very quickly, according to my understanding.
So do you have a deed that combines the lots together?
No, I was not here. No, I do not have a deed that combines them together.
Because I think that's the question. If you had a deed, if you filed a quit claim deed, because you own both lots,
yes,
then it would just be a lot, and
Well, I see it, but
we wouldn't need to issue.
But our infill standards have, say, lot width shall be between 75% to 150%, and that's the maximum. So that's the issue, is that for our ordinance, he can't combine them because it would be too wide.
so I need the variance and able to allow me to combine the two lots, and then there should be no other variance at all required.
The risk he runs is that we would consider it to be an illegal minor subdivision, which not in this, sometimes happens in the opposite way, right? So that's why he needs the variance.
Very interesting conflict of laws issue. Anyway, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Did we ask him to comment on it? No.
Not officially.
I mean,
so.
I'm sorry. Mr. Reynolds, go ahead and comment. Why should we grant your request today? You've kind of said it already, but restate it, please.
I mean, I have a little presentation, if now is the time.
Yes, if you like to.
I mean, I don't have a lot of questions.
I don't think we have a lot of questions, Mr.
Okay.
Reynolds. I think it's
All
pretty
right.
straightforward on our side. So
Oh.
gentlemen and
Okay.
lady.
I'm gonna make a motion. Docket number 23, case number 00045. Move to approve the variance request in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright.
Gorens,
Nay.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. Your your request has been granted. Good luck with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen around the tables, do we want to try to do this last case? It's
Are they even here?
who? Number 24? I probably online they are. Who's got that? Larissa, Larissa.
Do you know the name? If you're the applicant for CD BCA 2026-34, could you please raise your hand online?
It looks like LB7 or Van Wyn Lock.
Yep,
I don't have
that's
any-
the, so the applicant is Van Quinn Lock.
I don't,
Yeah, that's the applicant, but do you
Mhm.
see a
No.
hand raised?
we don't
Anything?
have a hand raised.
And the phone number listed starts with 619. Okay.
I think we just have our court reporter.
Okay, so do you want to continue this case as a freebie to the next meeting?
Mhm.
Because it's late in the day, so that's what I would propose.
Okay, we will continue this to May 13th.
Yes. I need a motion though. Or do I?
We run out
Um,
of time.
What?
I said, if we've run out of time, do we need a motion?
Not really.
You might as well just make a motion.
In docket number 24, case number 00034, I move to continue the case or continue the
To the June 10th.
case to the June 10th.
I,
meeting.
I'm sorry, May.
May.
May 13th. May 13th.
We instead of the June, May 13th. meeting.
May 13th.
Here on a Saturday.
Yeah, well,
Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll.
Gorens, Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Michael, thanks for staying with us. That motion is acted upon. This meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.
No worries. Have a good day, guys. You're
Thanks,
welcome,
Pete.
guys. See ya.
ya.